Chapter 22-21 Returning to the Azure, it did not take long for a peculiar force to emanate from the seal of Supreme Monarch. It felt reminiscent of a guiding beacon that led one to one's destination. I see. In between the firmament and the azure lies an area of chaotic space that prevents one from traveling from one side to the other. The ritual serves not to teleport a person from one side to another, but to provide specific coordinates so that one won't lose one's way. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. He had thought that the ritual would allow them to teleport straight to the azure, but it seemed like he was overthinking it. Teleportation between worlds was a highly difficult feat that even the spirit god seal of Supreme Monarch was incapable of pulling off. But even if I have the coordinates, can I really just travel there like that? What about the dimension barrier? Zhang Xian was bewildered. With a contemplative look on his face, he walked over to the sealed space ahead of him. Channeling all his zhenqi into the God King's sword, he tried to slice an opening in the sealed space. FSHHH. To his surprise, even though it took him a great deal of effort, he managed to make a small opening in the sealed space. He quickly beckoned for Luo Qiqi and Little Chick to slip through opening with him. I thought that it would be impossible to break the dimension barrier, but maybe the key is to not teleport through it and to breach it physically. This seems similar to how it is easier to pass through the dimension barrier when you are ascending to a higher world as compared to when you are descending to a lower world. This could be the design of nature to avoid an imbalance of the world. Beyond the sealed space was a chaotic space filled with spatial turbulence. The spatial turbulence struck relentlessly on the barrier that Zhang Xian had created around them, swiftly whittling it down. Zhang Xian could feel the zhenqi in his body depleting swiftly. He tried to quickly head in the direction of the coordinates signaled by the seal of Supreme Monarch, but he realized that he was hardly able to move. Chaotic space was reminiscent of a spatial vortex, but it was in an even more disorderly state. The space in the area was all flowing in different directions, making it difficult for even a god monarch to travel in a straight path. If not for Zhang Xian's superior zhenqi, their bodies and souls would have been torn into shreds as soon as they entered the area, let alone venturing through it. I have been through this place before, Luo Qiqi said. Tell me the location, and I'll bring you there. All right. Knowing that Luo Qiqi's powers over space far surpassed his, Zhang Xian quickly described the coordinates that the seal of Supreme Monarch was pointing toward. Nodding, Luo Qiqi took a step forward and morphed back into the dimension silencer. Who? She froze the chaotic space and swiftly advanced forth. I really wonder what tier the dimension silencer is as an artifact, Zhang Xian thought curiously as he looked at the steady passageway that was crafted through the abilities of the dimension silencer. Be it a spatial vortex or chaotic space, as long as it was something related to the spatial laws, the dimension silencer would be able to handle it easily. This was a feat that not all god monarchs were necessarily capable of pulling off. He could not help but wonder about Luo Qiqi's origin. It was no wonder she had risen all the way to God King Realm Pinnacle within a month after arriving in the firmament, and she had hardly met any bottlenecks in her cultivation. He had really made the right choice bringing her along. Otherwise, even with his God King Realm sword art, filial piety, it would have been difficult for him to pass through the spatial vortex and chaotic space to arrive at the azure. Traveling through monotonous surroundings, it was hard for Zhang Xian and the others to discern the passing of time accurately. They simply flew on until Luo Qiqi finally came to a halt. She morphed back into her human form before gesturing forward. We have arrived. Zhang Xian realized that the coordinates he was receiving from the seal of Supreme Monarch were just right ahead of him. Let's head in, Zhang Xian said. He was just about to head right in when he suddenly realized that the entire world had started shaking violently due to his attempted entry. It looked as if it would really shatter if he forced his way in. The space in the azure is simply too weak. It's similar to a thin layer of ice above the winter river. It might be able to handle the weight of a child, but it'll succumb as soon as an adult tries to step on it, Luo Qiqi said. Our powers as God Kings far surpass what the heavens of the azure can withstand. If we force our way through, we might cause the heavens to shatter and the entire world to collapse. Zhang Xian nodded. You're right. It seems like we'll have to lower our cultivation accordingly. When he first became a god, He had also sensed the heavens of the azure rejecting his presence. As a god king, he was tens of thousands of times stronger than before, so naturally, his presence would be even harder for the heavens of the azure to withstand. So, he took a deep breath and reined in his junshi within his dantian. Pacha, Pacha. His cultivation began to plummet. In just a few moments, his cultivation had already fallen to the level of a semi-divinity. Other than his junshi cultivation, he also made sure to suppress his physical prowess and soul cultivation as well. So, other than his comprehension of cultivation having reached the level of a god king, he appeared to be nothing more than a semi-divinity. Even a god monarch would not be able to see through his disguise. Luo Chichi quickly did the same. She sealed her powers using her spatial abilities, causing her cultivation to fall all the way to that of a semi-divinity. As for little Chick, it hesitated for a moment before saying, "I think you should just pass my gourd over to me." Zhang Xian had been holding onto the shells of the gourd that it had been sealed in ever since it hatched. All right then. Receiving the gourd, little Chick slipped into it and reverted to its form as the Dongshu gourd. This act effectively sealed off its cultivation as well. After everything was prepared and ready to go, the two humans and a gourd quickly made their way over to where the coordinate was. Tzz. An overwhelming spatial pressure crushed down on them, and innumerable heavenly lightning bolts surrounded them. Even though they had tried their best to lower their cultivation, it seemed like the heavens of the azure had still identified them as intruders and were trying their best to resist them. Under the relentless offense, the three of them ended up sustaining quite some damage before they were able to overcome the lightning tribulation to enter the azure. It was then that they found Du Qingyuan and Wu Chun standing above a vast ocean with pale faces. Not too far away from them, an altar was releasing a light glow. Looking around, they were at the vacant sea, where Luo Ruoxin had descended the previous time. Back then, she had entered grievously wounded, causing her blood to scatter into the ocean and soak the stones around the area. Only at this moment did he finally realize why even a god monarch like Luo Ruoxin would sustain such severe damage entering the azure. In order to avoid the heavens of the azure from shattering, she could only lower her cultivation, and that made it difficult for her to overcome the lightning tribulation that came from entering the azure as an intruder. Paying respects to young master, paying respects to sect leader Zhang, Du Qingyuan and Wu Qin bowed deeply. The news they had received was that the spirit god was going to descend among them, so they did not expect to meet Zhang Xian instead. When did he become the spirit god? Let's head to Starchaser Palace first. Without any hesitation, he tore apart the fabric of space and traversed straight to Starchaser Palace. Even though his cultivation was only at semi-divinity, through his deeper comprehension of space and more refined control over his shunshi, he was still able to tear open and traverse through space. After arriving at Starchaser Palace, Zhang Xian took a swift look around and found that there were far more pseudo-immortals, true immortals, and high immortals. He nodded in approval at this sight. It seems like the azure has been developing swiftly. Over the past 10 years, we have had 30 cultivators reaching the semi-divinity realm and over 200 cultivators reaching the high immortal realm. As for the other realms, their numbers are even higher, Du Qingyuan replied with a smile. It had only been slightly more than a month in the firmament, but 10 years had passed for the azure. 10 years was usually insignificant in comparison to the long lifespan that cultivators enjoyed, but due to Zhang Xian defeating Kong Shi's clone, the resources that had been hoarded by the ethereal hall were reorganized and distributed among the 6 sects. On top of that, the Hall of Gods was no longer guarded by any powers. As such, the number of semi-divinities and high immortals increased swiftly within this period of time. The absolute number of experts that had appeared over the past decade was more than the number of experts that the azure had produced for the 4,000 years prior. Nodding in response, Zhang Xian extended his spiritual perception towards Starchaser Palace, and a moment later, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Is that Yu Feier and Hu Yaoyao? A pair of familiar figures appeared within his perception, and they were none other than Yu Feier and Hu Yaoyao from the Master Teacher continent. Chapter 22 Old Acquaintances. The two of them were standing atop a towering cliff, and their light red robes fluttered along with the wind. Who? All of a sudden, the two of them moved simultaneously. Flitting from one point to another with incredible nimbleness, they traded heavy blows with one another. Luo Qiqi moved over to Zhang Xian's side, and it did not take her too long to notice the two ladies as well. Her eyes lit up in excitement as she exclaimed, "It's Yu Feier and Hu Yao Yao." Yu Feier had been her closest friend ever since their time on the master-teacher continent, but when she left for the firmament, Luo Qiqi had never expected to see her ever again. She never would have thought that the other party would ascend to the azure, and on top of that, both Yu Feier and Hu Yao Yao had become semi-divinities. "Yes, they are sparring with one another," Du Qingyuan said. "The two of them are very hardworking. They've spent practically every single day over the past decade cultivating, and it's due to their diligence that they've been able to grow so much stronger within such a short period. There was no cultivator in the world who could rise to the top without working hard. Even for someone like Zhang Xian, he had still put a great deal of time and effort into cultivating in order to get to where he currently was." After sparring for a moment, the two red-robed ladies finally concluded the duel and rested by the side of the cliff. Their beautiful faces were marred with a hint of dejection. "Don't bother wasting your effort. Without the aura of divinity, we won't be able to overcome our bottleneck and ascend to the firmament," someone said. Following that, a 30-year-old man leaped to the top of the cliff as well. Luo Xianqing. The current Luo Xianqing had also reached the semi-divinity realm, and he was no weaker than the two ladies. "I know, but is there really no way?" Yu Feier clenched her fists tightly in indignation. "That's why I said that we should just forcefully barge our way through. It might be dangerous, but at least there's still a sliver of hope. If we just continue waiting here, it'll really be an eternal farewell." Luo Xianqing said. "Eternal farewell?" Yu Feier muttered in desolation. The gap between the azure and firmament was unlike that between the azure and the master-teacher continent, which one could cross with a little bit of effort. Furthermore, even if they successfully reached the firmament, there was no saying whether they could endure the 100 times increase in spatial pressure. "I don't know the cultivation realms in the firmament, but those who are in that world are all the most talented cultivators and geniuses of the myriad worlds. Despite so, we don't see any cultivators from the firmament here, which only goes to show how difficult it is to breach the dimension barrier from the firmament. No matter how talented my younger sister or Zhang Shi are, they will need at least hundreds or even 1,000 years to reach that level," Luo Xianqing said. "And 100 years in the firmament is already equivalent to 10,000 years in the azure. We will have long passed away by then. Even semi-divinities were only able to live for 1,000 years in the azure. Any longer than that would really be pushing the limits. The darn difference in time meant that their paths would never cross ever again. By the time those who had gone up to the firmament were strong enough to head down to meet them, they would have already turned to ash." "I understand as much as well," Yu Feier said with a conflicted expression. "But why are you hesitating?" Luo Xianqing exclaimed. "We are in the same position as one another, and you and I both know that it's impossible to advance any further than semi-divinity realm pinnacle. The only choice we have is to forcefully attempt to enter the firmament. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to give it a try." Yu Feier was quiet for a long while before nodding slightly. "Let's do it then. Feier, Palace Master Du has told us that we have to reach the level of the gods in order to enter the firmament, or else we'll face certain death." Hu Yao Yao interjected with a frown. Ever since the three of them reached semi-divinity realm pinnacle, their cultivation had simply refused to advance any further. They had tried everything that they could, but soon, they realized that they would not be able to take the final step forward without the aura of divinity. If they could not become gods, they would not be able to enter the firmament. This was the paradox that chained down all cultivators in the azure, preventing them from reaching greater heights. "I missed him once back then. If I can't even follow him now, I don't see much point in living any further," Yu Feier muttered with gritted teeth. If she had chosen the same footsteps as Zhao Ya and the others, she might have been in the firmament right now. She would not have been left there, working in futility for a possibility that was just so far away. Even meeting that fellow once more seemed nothing more than a dream. "Since you two have made up your minds, I'll join you." I must say that the horrible fellow has a bizarre charm that really draws people in, Hu Yao Yao said with a smile. Back then, Zhang Xian had been far weaker than her in terms of cultivation. She could still remember how she had tried to tease the young man back then, only to have the tables turned on her. She had been so infuriated, but thinking about it brought a smile to her lips. There had never been a deep tie between the two of them, but for some reason, she could remember her every encounter with him extremely clearly. It was as if he was deeply imprinted in her mind, and she simply could not shake free of him no matter what she did. If it had been in the past, she could not have imagined that she would go so far for someone. Since we have come to a decision, let's choose a day and get to it. Seeing how he had finally managed to convince these two, Luo Xianqing heaved a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, someone stepped onto the peak of the mountain. It was none other than Wu Chuan. Someone asked me to pass this to you, he said as he threw 3 jade bottles to them. For us. Luo Xianqing asked doubtfully as he caught the jade bottle, only to nearly drop it due to its sheer weight. The jade bottle was far heavier than he had expected. He was a semi-divinity realm pinnacle cultivator, one of the strongest experts of an azure, and yet, he had nearly failed to catch a bottle. This was more than enough to show that there was something special about the jade bottle. With a perplexed look on his face, Luo Xianqing uncorked the bottle and looked at its contents. Lying quietly within the bottle was a droplet of blood. A droplet of blood can actually weigh that much? Wait a moment. Is this the blood droplet of a god? Luo Xianqing narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. It would make perfect sense if the droplet of blood within the jade bottle belonged to a god. Infused with great amount of vitality and power, the blood of a god was far heavier than that of ordinary cultivators. This was known within the upper echelons of the azure. The blood droplet contains the aura of divinity. We'll be able to rise to the levels of the gods right after consuming it, Luo Xianqing remarked as his body began trembling in agitation. Yu Feier and Hu Yao Yao were also taken aback by this abrupt gift, and they swiftly came to a realization. Only a god could possibly gift them the droplet of a god, which meant that Yu Feier immediately turned to Wu Chuan and asked anxiously, "This is his blood, isn't it? Where is he?" She could sense it. Her intuition was telling her that it was so. The blood droplet within the jade bottle belonged to that man whom she was looking for. "He has already left," Wu Chuan replied. "He instructed me to relay this message to you. See you in the firmament." See you in the firmament? The three of them shuddered. That meant that he had descended to the azure from the firmament. They had thought that it would be impossible for them to meet each other again after hearing that they had already ascended to the firmament, but who could have known that their paths would cross like that? In just 10 short years, no, it would only be a single month in the firmament, they had grown strong enough to breach the dimension barrier and travel back to the azure. "Xianqing, this is a gift that a person told me to relay to you. He also left a message for you," Wu Chuan said as he passed an object over. Perplexed, Luo Xianqing took the object from Wu Chen's hand, and with just a look at it, his body immediately jolted in astonishment. "This is Chi-Chi's possession. Where is she?" The object that he had just been given was nothing more than a cheap, light blue hair clip. It was a gift that he had prepared for his little sister back when they were younger. Holding the hair clip tightly, Luo Xianqing asked anxiously, "What did she say?" "He said that he has already accomplished what you entrusted to him, and if you wish to see him or your little sister, you should quickly make a breakthrough and head over to the firmament." Wu Chen said. "The firmament, is it? Ha ha ha. Very well, let's meet one another in the firmament. He seems to have grown a little stronger over the past month, but I'll catch up to him soon enough. When we finally meet again, I'll make sure to punch all of the teeth out of his mouth." Luo Xianqing burst into hearty laughter as his eyes reddened a little. "We'll be meeting each other very soon." Yu Feier and Hu Yao Yao glanced at one another before lowering their gazes to the jade bottles in their hands. Clutching onto them tightly, the excitement and anticipation on their faces could hardly be concealed. "Just you wait, Zhang Xian. We are coming right after you." Chapter 22-23 The Return of the Deathless Monarch. Is this the city of collapsed space you mentioned earlier? Looking at the decrepit city before her, Luo Chi-Chi could not help but look at Zhang Xian doubtfully. This city was completely in ruins, and there was not the slightest hint of life to be seen at all. It was hard for one to believe that such a place had been the prosperous spirit origin royal city. Initially, Luo Qiqi had intended to meet Luo Xianqing and the others, but in the end, she had chosen to hold herself back. She felt that it would be more appropriate for them to meet in the firmament instead. Even if they had met, it would only be a short reunion. It might even cause them to lose their fighting will to advance further. So, after much hesitation, she had decided to leave without meeting them, just like Zhang Xian. She believed that the day of their reunion was not too far away. Instead, she headed down to the master-teacher continent and reunited with her family members first before heading back to the Azure. Due to the time difference between both worlds, even as she spent more than half a day with her family members, it was only slightly more than an hour in the Azure. However, more than 100 years had passed on the master-teacher continent since their departure, and many things had already changed. Many people and things she remembered had become things of history. The only thing that had remained unchanged was the reverence that the people had for Zhang Xian. In the present era of the master-teacher continent, Zhang Xian's influence and standing exceeded that of even Kong Shi. The legend of how he was able to rise from a humble teacher in the Tianxian kingdom to the strongest expert of the master-teacher continent within 2 short years had been passed down from generation to generation. Countless books and records had been created about him in order to ensure that his deeds would never be forgotten. That being said, what most people remembered him for was still his impressive love life. As someone who could even take down the spirit god of the otherworldly demonic tribe, he had become the idol of many young men of the master-teacher continent. It had almost become a ritual where young men would offer incense to him before confessing to the lady whom they fancied. When Luo Qiqi heard of all of that, she was rendered speechless for a whole 5 minutes. As someone who had been close with Zhang Xian back in those days, she was extremely familiar with his personality. Love life? Did such a thing even exist in that blockhead idiot's dictionary? He is someone who replied to my confession with, "I like you too," with everyone else. With EQ of his level, how could he possibly have a love life? Over the past 100 years, the Zhang clan had grown more and more prosperous, such that it had become a first-class power that possessed influencing surpassing that of the master-teacher pavilion. The Luo clan and the Jiang clan had developed considerably as well, but they could not come close to comparing to the Zhang clan. Well, all of that did not matter much to the current Luo Qiqi. She was extremely glad to find that her father was still alive, and she helped him make a breakthrough in his cultivation before bringing him to the Azure. After that, she regrouped with Zhang Xian. "Well, this is it." Zhang Xian nodded. He flicked the gourd in front of him and said, "Come out and take a look around. Your grave and missing power should be somewhere around here." Previously, he had found a bizarre black skeleton within the city of collapsed space, obtained the aura of divinity from the other party's hands, and successfully made a breakthrough to godhood. Due to that, he had managed to defeat Kong Shi's clone. But when he returned there once more, the skeleton had already disappeared and was nowhere to be found. While he was unable to find the black skeleton, Little Chick, as the deathless monarch, might just have a way to sense him. Have you ever seen anyone looking for their own grave? The gourd shook its bottom lazily. Fine, I'll find it then," Zhang Xian said in exasperation. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the seal of Supreme Monarch. The black skeleton might have had the ability to hide from him previously, but if he summoned it through the seal, the other party should have nowhere to hide. Wong. As soon as the seal of Supreme Monarch appeared, a series of spatial ripples immediately appeared around them. The next moment, they were already standing before a grand hall. Standing at the entrance of the hall was a skeleton, who, upon seeing the item floating in front of Zhang Xian, hurriedly fell to its knees. "The space in here is much more stable than out there. The heavens should be unable to perceive this area, so you can come out now," Zhang Xian said as he patted the gourd. The previous time that he was there, he could not help but notice that this area was isolated from the rest of the world. Even after becoming a god, he was still unable to find this place. It was for this reason that he was confident that Little Chick would not come under the tribulation of the heavens, even if it showed itself there. Gotcha. Upon hearing those words, Little Chick finally broke free from the gourd. allowing its god-king realm prowess to flow freely from it. Your sovereignty, you are finally awake. The black skeleton cried in delight. Overwhelmed with agitation, the black skeleton also revealed his strength. It was at this moment that Zhang Xian realized that the other party was actually a god-king just like him. It was no wonder he had been unable to sense the depth of the other party's cultivation the previous time he was there. There had really been on two completely different levels back then. I wish to recover my strength, Little Chick said. It had not recovered its memories yet, so it was unable to tell whom the black skeleton before it was. I have already prepared everything. Your sovereignty, as long as you step into the hall, you'll be able to absorb the power you have lost and return to your peak. The black skeleton replied in agitation. Good. Little Chick nodded before waddling over to the hall in big strides. The doors opened itself before Little Chick, and unimaginable power pulsated with the depths of the hall. It felt like an entire world of energy was harnessed inside there. Little Chick, Zhang Xian suddenly cried out just as it was about to enter the hall. Understanding Zhang Xian's concerns, Little Chick turned around and said, I know what you are worried about, but there's no need. I am myself and no one else. Zhang Xian nodded quietly after hearing those words. Little Chick was a new will that was born after the resurrection of the deathless monarch. He was afraid that it would turn into someone else once it regained its strength and memories, spelling the death of the adorable Little Chick that he knew. The words that Little Chick said reassured him that it would not turn into someone else as a result of this. It was no longer the deathless monarch of old. It was someone else with a new will. Little Chick entered the hall, and the doors closed once again. Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi waited outside, and just like that, 3 months passed. Little Chick, continue doing your best. We need to return to the firmament now. If you can make it in time, you know where to find us. Almost 5 days had passed in the firmament, and if they did not head back, they would not be able to make it in time before Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxin's duel. Even though it was nigh impossible for them to stop the duel without the assistance of the deathless monarch, Zhang Xian could not allow himself to continue waiting there without doing anything. Let's go. Zhang Xian beckoned for Luo Qiqi before turning around to leave. Boom. At this moment, a crisp buzz echoed in the air, and the hall began to shake intensely. Cracks began appearing all over the grand building's walla. The walls began to collapse, causing dust to fill the area. Amid the veil of dust, a massive phoenix could be seen rising from the rubble. The mere power it emanated was enough to keep others at a distance away from it. This is the deathless monarch? Zhang Xian murmured with widened eyes. The strength of the phoenix before his eyes far exceeded his imagination. It was much stronger than the conferred God King and the will of Fairy Ling Long that he had encountered before. So, this was the strength of the God Monarch? It was no wonder no conferred God Kings dared oppose a God Monarch. They were truly beings of vastly different levels. The resurrected Little Chick might be even stronger than the previous deathless monarch. Every single time Little Chick resurrected, it would get stronger than before. Perhaps it would be the same this time. If that was the case, they might just be able to stop the duel between those two. Chapter 22-24 The Visitation of a Monarch. Sometime later, the pressure emanated by the massive phoenix finally subsided. The massive phoenix morphed into a young man, who walked out to the rubble to appear before Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi. Looking to be around 16 or 17, the young man had a tall but slightly thin figure. Contrary to what Little Chick had been exclaiming all this while, his face did not look heaven-defyingly suave. Instead, he appeared to be more youthful. It would be hard to think of this youthful man as the highest being in the sky of spirit origin, one of the god monarchs of the firmament. You are Little Chick? Master, the young man replied with a slight smile. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like what he had feared the most did not happen in the end. The other party was still the haughty and boastful Little Chick who had followed him from the master-teacher continent. Master, I have just recovered my powers, so I need some time to reinforce my cultivation. I'll cultivate here for a little longer so as to save time. For the time being, you should return to the firmament. Once I'm done, I'll head over to meet up with you right away. All right, Zhang Xian nodded. If they were going to face two of the strongest god monarchs of the firmament, they would definitely have to be in their best condition, or else their efforts would only end in futility. Time in the azure flowed 100 times faster than in the firmament, so it would be much better to cultivate where he was. Feng Yao, thank you for guarding me all this while. I shall restore your body and your powers now. The young man turned to the black skeleton and tapped his finger lightly in the air. A droplet of blood flew forth from his hand and seeped into the forehead of the black skeleton. Tzz. Flesh and blood began growing out of the black skeleton before the piercing call of a phoenix echoed in the air. The black skeleton suddenly burst into flames, and a large phoenix rose out of the flames. The large phoenix quickly transmogrified into the form of a middle-aged man in a golden helmet and armor. He was one of the most loyal guardians of the deathless monarch, guarding his grave for the past thousands of years, awaiting his return. Let's head back. Knowing that nothing would happen to little Chick there, Zhang Xian called for Luo Qiqi once more. They quickly traversed through space and returned to the azure. Heading to a higher world from a lower world was much easier than the other way around. The two of them slowly released the seal of their cultivation, and soon, they caught the eye of the heavens of the azure and were expelled into the chaotic space. It was then that Zhang Xian finally released his full cultivation as a god king, and he immediately sensed the summoning of the firmament. Without any hesitation, they followed the summoning to head to the firmament. Half a day later, with a sudden jolt, the two of them landed on the ground. Looking around the area, Zhang Xian realized that they were at the Grand Spirit Mountain, the place where he had first arrived in the firmament with Zhao Ya and the others. Where are we going now? Luo Qiqi asked. We'll first be heading to Drifting Spectre Royal City before teleporting to the Sky of Freedom via the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, Zhang Xian said. Possessing the strength of God Kings, they no longer needed the City Lord token to use the Minor Displacement Teleportation Formation. Soon enough, they arrived at Drifting Spectre Royal City. This time, instead of leaving right away, he led Luo Qiqi over to his residence. He wanted to pass the God King breakthrough pill that he had forged a while back at the Sky of Linglong over to his parents and Sun Chong so that they could quickly become God Kings. This way, they would be able to protect themselves. Not wanting to cause a huge commotion, he discreetly made his way over to his residence without incurring anyone's notice. Young master. As soon as Zhang Xian entered the residence, Sun Chong rushed forward to welcome him with an agitated look on his face. Over the past few days, Sun Chong's cultivation had reached middle-tier celestial god. It was clear that he had been working hard in order to raise his cultivation realm this quickly. Where are my parents? Zhang Xian asked. They are currently in the courtyard chatting with a guest, Sun Chong replied. A guest? Zhang Xian frowned. Getting. Feeling a bad premonition, he quickly rushed over to the courtyard, and there, he saw his parents sitting together with a guest sipping on fine tea. The guest was a young man in his early 20s. He had a well-defined face that showed hints of unshakable resilience. There was an aura of cool rationality around him, and his eyes felt deep, as if they were gazing into the future. What really left Zhang Xian unnerved was how he was unable to sense the depths of the young man's cultivation. Behind the young man stood an elder whose back was slightly lowered. He stood firmly in his position, not moving or saying anything at all. Is he a god monarch? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in horror. After hearing Sun Chong's words, he used the spiritual perception to scan the entire courtyard, but he could only sense his parents' presence. If not for the fact that he was seeing the young man with his own two eyes, he would not have known that the other party was sitting there. Based on this alone, it was clear that the young man's strength far exceeded his. He might just be a god king at the moment, but with the pathos of Heaven's cultivation technique and sword art, he would be able to put up a fight against conferred god kings. If he had to face Bei Qingheng once more, he would be able to crush her easily without relying on the golden page. Yet, despite his strength, he did not think that he would be a match for the young man sitting before him. To make matters worse, his parents were actually sitting at the same table as him. How could he not be horrified? Upon seeing him, Sword Saint Ming immediately said with a smile, "This is my son, Zhang Xian." It appeared that she was oblivious to how powerful the young man seated before her was. With a nod, The young man shot a glance over. It was just a look, but Zhang Xian felt as if there was a sword severing through space to crush his soul. In fact, even the library of Heaven's Path was trembling non-stop, as if it was fearful of the existence before it. "Are you the god monarch of the Sword Hut?" Zhang Xian asked. Based on what he had heard so far, there were two elusive individuals among the 9 god monarchs. One of them was God Monarch Lingxi of the Sky of Freedom, and the other was the God Monarch of the Sky of Heavenly Sword. Even if the Sword Hut did not seek talented geniuses and confer new god kings, there was still no god monarch who would dare wreak havoc in the Sky of Heavenly Sword. Clearly, the god monarch of the Sword Hut possessed strength that struck fear in the hearts of the other god monarchs. "Take a seat," the young man said. Zhang Xian knew that he would not be able to stop the young man if the latter really made a move against him. Thus, he quietly walked over and took a seat. The elder behind him gracefully took a step forward and served him a cup of tea. Zhang Xian accepted the cup of tea while feeling a little jittery inside. "If it's not too rude, may I know the reason behind the god monarch's visit?" If a god monarch wanted to meet him, he could have just sent a conferred god king over to invite him to his palace. Yet, this god monarch had gone all the way over to his residence, and from the current looks of it, it felt like not even the Qinkuan demon monarch of the Sky of Drifting Spectre had noticed his presence. This was really a little worrying. The young man did not respond to Zhang Xian's question. Instead, he began to assess Zhang Xian as if he was trying to evaluate the worth of a treasure, and soon, a conflicted look surfaced on his face. A moment later, he put down his teacup and asked, "Can you demonstrate the sword art that you've just comprehended for me?" "Sword art?" Zhang Xian frowned. Was the god monarch of the Sword Hut there just to watch his sword art? Well, that might just be the case. Due to the limitations of his strength, the sword art he had comprehended was probably still nothing much to the god monarchs. However, there was no denying the fact that it was a battle technique that had surpassed the heavens, making it one of the finest sword arts in the firmament. As a renowned sword practitioner of the firmament, it was not too surprising for the god monarch to want to see and analyze it. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 22-25 Crimson Heaven Sword. Since the god monarch of the Sword Hut was there to watch his sword art, it should be safe to assume that he did not bear any malicious intentions toward them. Those who were obsessed with martial arts tended to have a pure and straightforward personality. They were less likely to beat around the bush, and they would not hurt others that easily. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian stood up and took out the God King's sword. The elder standing behind the young man raised his hand, and the courtyard was immediately surrounded by an isolation barrier, preventing others from seeing what was happening within. Seeing this sight, Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched a little. He was able to create isolation barriers on the spot as well, but the elder was able to do it with far greater ease, and he even infused spatial laws into the barrier to further reinforce it. From this feat, it could be seen that even though the elder was not a god monarch, the strength he wielded still far surpassed that of most conferred god kings. At the very least, Zhang Xian knew that he would not be a match for the elder. Nevertheless, as long as the young man did not bear any ill will toward them, there was no point in thinking too deeply into this. Holding his god king's sword tightly, he allowed his consciousness to become one with the sword. Hula! The sword moved. A slight wind blew, and water ripples emerged on the surface of the nearby pond. With movements as smooth as flowing water, Zhang Xian executed the 4 sword arts of the pathos of heaven, one after another. His movements carried strong sentiments, bringing the onlookers into the conceptualization he had in his mind. The young man looked at the execution of the sword arts silently, seemingly enjoying the performance. Finally, Zhang Xian retracted his blade, and the sword chi that he had released swiftly surged back into his sword. He clasped his fist and said, "It would be a delight if you could offer some pointers on my swordsmanship." The young man before him was known as the strongest sword practitioner in the firmament. Even a word of advice from the other party would surely benefit him greatly. "The sword art you have comprehended is truly extraordinary." A smile finally appeared on the cold face of the young man as he spoke. "I don't think that there are any pointers I can offer you. You are paving your own way forward, so there's very little that I can help you with. I did notice something, however. Your sword carries a lot of yearning, and in return, it lacks resilience and protection. Resilience and protection? Zhang Xian asked. Thinking about it, most of what the sentiments he had comprehended so far were indeed related to the idea of yearning. However, the sword art of the pathos of heaven was based upon the sentiments he carried toward those around him, so it was bound to carry some hints of yearning. Let me put it another way. If your loved ones are caught in a disaster and are in a life-threatening situation, what would you do? The young man asked, slightly perplexed by the abrupt question. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, "Well, I would do my best to protect them from danger. And that's what I mean by protection. It's the act of shielding a person of danger regardless of the cost. However, I don't sense such sentiments within your sword art," the young man replied. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Indeed, his sword art was lacking such sentiments. A sword of sentiments shouldn't just carry yearning. It should carry the responsibility that comes along with it as well. Take your last sword, for example. I could sense your yearning for your parents and the regrets of being unable to treat your loved ones better. But have you thought about the responsibilities that you should take on so as to avoid these regrets? The young man asked. I think I get what you were saying. Zhang Xian nodded slowly. My swordsmanship is filled with past sentiments. It focuses on what has already happened instead of trying to influence what is going to happen. Subconsciously, I have been placing myself in a passive position all along. Indeed, if we wish to reach for higher heights, our eyes must be set in the future. Wallowing in emotions of self-reproach and yearning will only slow your footsteps, the young man replied. You're right. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Emotions could be classified into two types, those that help people grow and mature, and those that cause their footsteps to screech to a halt. A sorrowful experience could either be a reason to despair or a reason to drive one to work even harder. If we allow our emotions to bog us down, our lives will simply pass us by like a fleeting cloud. It will appear as if everything has been transient and meaningless. To give our life meaning, we have to continue marching forward even during times of hardship. Suffering is simply a part and parcel of life, be it aging, illness, death, parting, envy, hatred. We must learn to take pain in stride, and we must also learn how to let go of things. That's simply how life is. No matter how bitter things became, we would have to grit our teeth and force ourselves to look forward. Thank you for your guidance, Zhang Xian said with a deep bow. He felt like he had just grasped something really important. Even though it was still very abstract, he felt like it could change the trajectory of his cultivation for good. It had been a short exchange, but he had benefited greatly from the guidance of the young man. I'm impressed that you managed to get it so quickly. It looks like you are the right person after all, the young man said with a smile before rising to his feet. I'll have to get going now. You only have yourself to rely on for the road ahead of you, so I can only wish you all the best. You're already leaving? Zhang Xian was surprised. He had thought that there would be some deeper intent behind the young man's visit, but the latter had only seen his sword art and given a few pointers, and he was already going to leave. Or did this mean that the young man had made his way there just to give him some pointers? The young man glanced at the elder behind him and said, Jian Yao, give him the Crimson Heaven sword. Yes. The elder nodded. With a flick of his wrist, the elder presented a sword respectfully to Zhang Xian. As soon as the sword appeared, dimension rifts began appearing around the area. Even the God King's sword in Zhang Xian's hand struggled free of his grasp to pay respects to the sword in the elder's hands. Such a sight made Zhang Xian's eyebrows shoot up in astonishment. The God King's sword, just as its name suggested, was a God King realm artifact. It was the strongest weapon he had ever wielded. Yet, it had bowed down to the Crimson Heaven sword without any hesitation. How strong must the Crimson Heaven sword be then? I can't accept such a heavy gift from you. Zhang Xian quickly clasped his fist and rejected the sword. There's no need to stand on ceremony. This is a sword that I forged specially for you several decades back. Take it, it belongs to you, the young man said without turning back. Several decades back? Zhang Xian was baffled. I am only in my early 20s this year, and most of it was spent on the master-teacher continent. If I translate it into time in the firmament, I have only lived for slightly more than a month now. Yet, you said that you forged this sword for me several decades back? Nevertheless, seeing how the other party was determined to have him accept the gift, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and said, "Thank you." Following that, he stretched his hand forward to grab the Crimson Heaven sword. As soon as he closed his hands on it, he could sense that it had already become his. The frightening pressure that it had emanated a moment ago vanished altogether, causing it to appear no different from an ordinary sword. The first thing Zhang Xian noticed about the Crimson Heaven sword was that it had no weight or sword spirit at all. Strangely enough, he did not feel any discomfort holding the sword. It was as if the sword itself was nothing more than an extension of his arm. He felt like he could easily unleash devastating strength through this sword. If he executed the pathos of heaven with this sword, even the massive face that was created by fairy linglongs would be no match for him. Feeling deeply agitated within, Zhang Xian quickly bowed deeply once more in order to express his gratitude. It was then that he suddenly thought of something, and he said with anticipation gleaming in his eyes, "Pardon me for my insolence, but I am very interested in sword arts. If it isn't too much to ask, it would be an honor to see your sword art." He felt like he could deepen his understanding of sword arts by looking at the other party's techniques. 1. The Crimson Heaven Sword, otherwise known as the Qishao Sword, is a sword used by Liu Bang, the founder of the Han Dynasty. It is also known as the Sword of Ascendancy. Chapter 22-26 The God Monarch Sword AR. Instead of replying, the young man turned around and beckoned with his finger lightly. Voila! The tea inside the teacups on the stone table gathered in the air to form a sword. Use your sword art to attack me. All right. Sla. With a flick of Zhang Xian's wrist, the Crimson Heaven Sword tore through the air and filled the surroundings with surges of sword chi. A heart of intertwined threads. The young man took a step forward, and without any excessive actions, he raised the liquid sword in his hand and pierced forth. For an instant, Zhang Xian thought that he had been locked down by a beast, rendering him unable to move. He felt like if he made an excessive movement, he would surely be struck down by the other party. Despite the simplicity of the young man's swordsmanship, Zhang Xian could feel an air of valiance from his movements. It was the determination to tear down everything that stood ahead of him, as if he could not back down because his kin and family members were right behind him. Zhang Xian knew that he would surely be cornered if he did not change his move, so he maneuvered his sword to execute his fourth sword art instead. It was the move carrying the conceptualization of indignation and yearning. However, the young man did not back down because of it. He continued to push his attack forward with indomitable momentum, like a sharp sword that would cut down anything in its path. Pong! The sword chi that had gathered was sliced in two, and Zhang Xian himself was slammed into the pillar behind. Hula! The sword made of tea fell back to the ground as droplets. I lowered my cultivation to the same level as yours, God King Realm Primary Stage, the young man remarked. Yes, I noticed. Zhang Xian nodded as he struggled to his feet. The God Monarch of the Sword Hut did not use his superior cultivation to suppress Zhang Xian. He had lowered his cultivation to God King Realm Primary Stage, and with his own skill, he had subdued Zhang Xian while he was wielding the Crimson Heaven Sword and using the pathos of Heaven Sword Art. In the same cultivation realm, even when he was equipped with a powerful weapon, Zhang Xian was still unable to defeat the other party. Ever since he started cultivating, he had only lost to his clone when they were in the same cultivation realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent. I hope that you are able to grasp the differences between the two concepts. How you interpret it and adapt your sword art is up to you, the young man said before turning around to leave. Please wait a moment. Zhang Xian called out. The young man halted his footsteps. Elder, if I'm not mistaken, given your strength, you should be able to match the Heaven Subjugation Monarch and God Monarch Lingxi easily. Is it possible for you to stop the duel between the two of them? Zhang Xian asked. He had no idea how powerful the other God Monarchs were, but without a doubt, the young man before him was an extremely formidable expert. He could not imagine the young man being anywhere weaker than Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxin. If he could somehow convince the young man to interfere in the duel and stop the two of them, everything might work out fine. As slim as the chances were, he had to give it a try. Everyone has their own fate that they have to fulfill, and even god monarchs are not spared from that. The duel between the two of them can't be stopped, and it mustn't be stopped. That is an inevitability, the young man replied calmly. Must one of them die? Zhang Xian asked desperately. Is it not enough to just determine a victor between the two of them? There's no way around it, the young man replied with a grim voice. Then, he turned around and said, Your parents have a decent comprehension of swordsmanship. Send them over to the sword hut after they reach the God King realm. I'll guarantee their safety if anything happens. After saying those words, the young man and the elder's silhouettes began to fade before vanishing. Elder, elder, Zhang Xian called out, but there was no response. Knowing that the young man had really left, he could not help but sigh deeply. The words that the young man had said before he parted really left him with a horrible premonition. The other party mentioned that in the duel between Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi, one of them had to die. If even someone as powerful as the young man was unable to stop them, what could he possibly do to change the situation? Just what kind of fate was there between the two of them? Why did things have to come to this point? Luo Ruoxin was his girlfriend, and he had come all the way from the master-teacher continent to the firmament in order to find her. Kong Shi was a person whom he had looked up to ever since his time on the master-teacher continent, and it would be no exaggeration to say that the other party was the one who had guided him thus far. Those two people were extremely important to him, and he could not stand the thought of seeing something happen to them. Everyone has their own fate to fulfill. What is fate, then? Zhang Xian muttered with an anxious expression on his face. Xianer. Just as Zhang Xian was feeling flustered inside, he suddenly heard his mother's worried voice. He quickly snapped out of his state, raised his head, and smiled. I'm fine. Right. How's your cultivation going? With the cultivation technique and the pills you have provided us, your father and I have managed to reach high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle, Sword Saint Meng said with a smile as she revealed her strength. So fast? Zhang Xian blinked in surprise. He could understand the two of them raising their Jinqi cultivation quickly, but it should have been much harder for them to raise their soul cultivation. He had only managed to advance his soul cultivation so quickly due to the steady inflow of anima of yearning from the sales of the beauty pill and the breakthrough pill. How did his parents manage to raise their soul cultivation so quickly? Sun Chang bought quite a few medicinal herbs and pills that allowed us to advance our soul cultivation quickly, Sword Saint Ming explained. The sales of the breakthrough pills and beauty pills were bringing in a great deal of money to them every day. Through this great fortune and the unwavering support of the Qi clan, they were able to easily source and purchase pills that hastened the growth of one's soul cultivation. It was due to this that they had been able to raise their cultivation all the way up to high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle swiftly. I have 3 God King breakthrough pills for each of you. If you feel like you are ready to push for a breakthrough, it should provide you with the impetus you require to reach the God King realm, Zhang Xian said as he passed the pills over. In the first place, he had prepared those specifically for them, so there was no need to hold on to them. Sun Chang, we'll be heading over to the sky of Heavenly Sword right now. I want you to find a quiet place over there for my parents and you to cultivate in. Once all of you manage to become God Kings, head straight over to the sword hut to find the young man whom we met earlier. Even though he was in a rush to head over to the sky of freedom, he could not let his guard down when it came to his parents' safety. If they traveled manually to the sky of Heavenly Sword, over the long journey, someone might just try to go after his parents in order to uncover the secret behind the beauty pill and the breakthrough pill. After all, it was a lucrative business that would solve the financial problems faced by any major power. It would be far safer if they took the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation instead. With his recent growth in his cultivation and Luo Qiqi's ability to control space, they should be able to ensure his parents and Sun Chang's safety while making the trip over. So, they quickly headed over to the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. Zhang Xian passed the token over to Sun Chang, and with him escorting his father and Luo Qiqi escorting his mother, the 5 of them quickly made their way over to the sky of Heavenly Sword. Fortunately, while it was not easy for them to protect someone while traveling through the teleportation formation, they managed to pull it off without a hitch. Before bidding his parents farewell, Zhang Xian entrusted the God King's sword to his father, sword Saint Xing, and helped him tame it. With their swordsmanship and the God King's sword, they should be able to defeat even an ordinary God King with ease, so there was no need to worry about their safety. Let's head to the sky of freedom, Zhang Xian said. Together with Luo Qiqi, they entered the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation once more. Even if it was going to be hard, he was determined to stop the battle between Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi. For this, he was willing to put his life on the line. Chapter 22-27 Sky of Freedom. Freedom Royal City was built in the middle of a massive mountain range. Unlike the royal cities of the other skies, which were bound strictly by rules, it had no city walls nor guards. Due to that, it did not feel as stifling as the other cities. There were all sorts of vegetables, tamed beasts, weapons, and pills on sale at the market square. There were pots filled with salted meat and pickled vegetable. If Zhang Xian had to use one word to describe the city, it would be that it was chaotic. In the sky of freedom, everyone is free to do whatever they wish. There are no rules tying them down, Luo Qiqi explained as they walked through the streets. Unlike the rest of the 9 skies, there were no rules, no guards, and no armies in the sky of freedom, and yet, none of the other skies dared to provoke it in any way. From one perspective, it could be considered a paradise. Chaotic as it might be, there was still some sort of indescribable and invisible order in place. Zhang Xian nodded. The sky of freedom was very different from any place he had ever seen. The cultivators lived much more comfortable lives than those from the other skies, and they were determined to protect their way of life. Anyone who tried to destroy their haven would have to face their wrath. Just like that, in its own unique way, the sky of freedom towered over the rest of the 9 skies. Zhang Xian entered one of the larger markets, stopped a high-tier celestial god, and asked, "Pardon me, but do you know where God Monarch Lingxi resides?" Sensing the powerful auras that Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi were emanating, the high-tier celestial god replied without any hesitation, "Based on what I know, her sovereignty usually spends her time cultivating on Lingxi Mountain over there. However, it might not be that easy to get there." "Thank you." Looking at the direction the high-tier celestial god had pointed out, Zhang Xian saw a mountain peak shrouded in a layer of fog in the distance. So, the two of them quickly made their way over. At first, the mountain appeared to be relatively close, but no matter how the two of them tried to fly toward it, they were not able to get close to it at all. Despite having flown for an hour now, it did not seem like they had gotten any closer to the mountain at all. It felt like they would never reach it at this rate. In a sense, it felt similar to how no matter how hard one tried to head toward the sun, it would simply look as large and brilliant as it always did. Even if a person walked for their entire life, they would never be able to reach it. Knowing that it was futile, Zhang Xian raised his head and shouted, "Luo Ruoxin, I know that you knew that I would come. I want to meet you." Without a doubt, the other party must have done something to prevent him from ever reaching the mountain. Since that was the case, he might as well get straight to the point. "Who?" As expected, right after he said those words, a series of spatial ripples appeared before him, and a woman appeared from them. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, and she was dressed in green. "Young Master Zhang Xian, please return." The green-robed lady bowed deeply as she spoke. "Our young mistress is currently preparing for her battle with the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, and she can't afford to allow her concentration to waver at a moment like this. If you really care for her, I'll have to ask you not to disrupt her at such a critical time." In a clash between experts, the slightest opening revealed can result in disastrous consequences. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. In a fight between experts, the slightest lapse in concentration could easily result in a calamity. If his sudden appearance affected her battle with Kong Shi, he would never be able to forgive himself. But he could not give up. He could not allow anything to happen to Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi. Is there no way to prevent this fight from happening? Zhang Xian asked with gritted teeth. Even though he had already heard the responses of the Deathless Monarch and the God Monarch of the Sword Hut, he still could not give up. The green-robed lady shook her head. "There's no way to stop this fight from occurring." "Why?" Zhang Xian asked. "I want to hear the answer from her personally." "Young master, please don't make things hard for a servant like me." What our young mistress needs at a moment like this is a person to support her, not someone to add to her stress and pressure. If she wins the battle, she'll naturally explain everything to you in due time. And if she loses, everything will be over. There will be no need for her to explain anything, the green-robed lady replied with a lowered head. Fine then, I'll wait for her explanation. Seeing how determined the green-robed lady was, Zhang Xin knew that it would be impossible to change her mind. Thus, he turned around and left. If Luo Ruoxin was determined not to meet him, there was nothing he could say that would make any difference. He would only be wasting his breath. Luo Qiqi quickly caught up with Zhang Xian as she asked, "Are we giving up just like that?" They had already come all the way to the sky of freedom in order to stop the duel. It was not like Zhang Xian to stop just because of a person's words. Even though she knew that the person whom Zhang Xian really loved was God Monarch Lingxi, and their reunion would only reinforce their feelings, she could not stand seeing Zhang Xian in such a state. The person she loved was a person who would stand haughtily in the face of the world, as if there was nothing in the world that could trouble him. Of course not. Since she isn't willing to meet me, I'll meet the Heaven Subjugation Monarch instead, Zhang Xian replied. It was clear that Luo Ruoxin was determined to avoid him till the duel started. Since that was the case, he would look for Kong Shi. Just like how two hands were needed to clap, a duel was also a fight between two people. He just needed to meet one of them in order to understand the reason behind the fight. Understanding Zhang Xian's intentions, Luo Qiqi asked with a confused tilt of her head, "But where are you going to find him? We don't know where he is at the moment." The 9 god monarchs govern the 9 skies, but the Heaven Subjugation Monarch was a god monarch who had only risen to power 40 years ago. He did not have any territory of his own, so no one knew where he resided. Unless the latter decided to appear, there was almost no way they could know where he was. Given that the duel is just around the corner, there's a good chance that he's already in Freedom Royal City at the moment, Zhang Xian said. As long as we look around, we should be able to find him. So, the two of them quickly returned to Freedom Royal City. However, looking at the massive expanse of buildings all around her, Luo Qiqi exclaimed, "How can we find him among so many people within Freedom Royal City?" In the first place, there was probably no one who would be so foolish as to reveal the whereabouts of a god monarch of their own accord. If they looked around the city by themselves, how long would it take for them to look through the hundreds of millions of people within the city? Well, we can try Freedom Royal City's Master Teacher Pavilion first, Zhang Xian said. Luo Qiqi was stunned for a moment before nodding in realization. Indeed, since the Master Teacher Pavilion was a power under Kong Shi, it should have a way to get in contact with him. So, as long as they headed to the Master Teacher Pavilion, they should be able to figure something out from there. The Master Teacher Pavilion was a power that had risen to prominence over the past few decades, so it was not too difficult to figure out where they were located. It did not take long before the two of them arrived at their destination. The Sky of Freedom had no rules, so there were no restrictions on the development of an occupation. As such, many guilds had chosen to base their headquarters in Freedom Royal City. Compared to the Master Teacher Pavilions the other skies, Freedom Royal City's Master Teacher Pavilion was bustling with huge crowds. There were many cultivators who were visiting the Master Teacher Pavilion in order to find a teacher to study under. Entering the building together with the crowd, Zhang Xian saw quite a few master teachers lecturing within. It was starting to take the shape of what he had seen many times back on the Master Teacher continent. Looking at the crowds that were continuously passing them, Luo Qiqi turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "Are we looking for their pavilion master?" If they wanted to get in contact with the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, they had to at least get in contact with the pavilion master. That would be too much trouble, Zhang Xian replied. He took a deep breath before bellowing with a deafening voice, "Zhang Xian has come to challenge the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion. I ask you to come out and meet me." Chapter 22-28 The meeting between Kong and Zhang. A person has come to challenge the pavilion master? Is he here to crash the pavilion? He must be courting death to dare crash our Master Teacher Pavilion. Hold on a moment. Did you hear his name? He called himself Zhang Xian, right? Is he the apothecary behind the beauty pill and breakthrough pill? That's the only Zhang Xian in the firmament that I know of. I heard that he killed conferred god King Bei Qinghong of the sky of Linglong just a few days ago. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. The master teachers who had charged out in hordes to protect the reputation of their master teacher pavilion, upon hearing that even conferred god King Bei Qinghong had not been a match for the young man, faltered a little. They quietly inched back as they waited for someone with greater authority to deal with the situation. A person who could kill even a conferred god king was definitely beyond their ability to deal with. I am the head of the Freedom Royal City Master Teacher Pavilion. Apothecary Zhang, this way please. A gray-bearded old man walked out from the corridors and ushered Zhang Xian in. His cultivation felt condensed and powerful. Just like Zhang Xian, he was a god king. Nodding, Zhang Xian followed him into the inner halls of the Master Teacher Pavilion. After walking a distance, the old man took a glance behind him, and after ensuring that there was no one around, he halted his footsteps and turned to face Zhang Xian. Apothecary Zhang, I was anticipating your visit. I'll lead you over to where his sovereignty is right away. You're aware that I'm here to meet the Heaven Subjugation Monarch? Zhang Xian was surprised. He had thought that he would have to fight a battle before forcing the other party to bring him to the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, but who could have known that he would hear such words from the other party? His sovereignty instructed me to take you to him directly if you came here, the old man replied with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a teleportation formation appeared before the two of them. Let's go. After saying those words, the old man stepped into the teleportation formation, and Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi quickly followed him. Wang. With a burst of light, the two of them were brought to an ordinary-looking room. Sitting on a chair right in front of him was an elder with an amicable look on his face. It was none other than Kong Shi. There were a group of god kings and conferred god kings standing in rows by the two sides of the room. Taking a glance around, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. There were actually quite a few whom he recognized. Ancient Sage Ziyuan, Ancient Sage Ranqiu, Ancient Sage Bo Shang, Ancient Sage Zigong. The 10 apostles and 72 sages were actually among them. Even the weakest of them was a high-tier celestial god. There were more than 10 of them above the God King realm, meaning that Kong Shi's influence was nowhere weaker than any of the 9 skies. Just that, had he not seen the corpses of Ancient Sage Ziyuan and a few others prior to entering the Azure? Why were they completely unharmed? While Zhang Xian was perplexed, he knew that this was not the time to be asking questions. So, he walked to the center of the room, bowed deeply and said, Junior Zhang Xian pays respects to Kong Shi. With just a look, he could tell that the other party was indeed the revered world's teacher. There was no way to fake it this time. You are finally here, Kong Shi said with a faint smile. He glanced at his disciples around the room and said, The rest of you should take your leave. Yes, teacher. Ancient Sage Ziyuan nodded before ushering the others out. Qiqi, you should wait outside for me too, Zhang Xian said. All right. If there's anything you need me for, call for me right away, Luo Qiqi replied with a nod. Soon, only Zhang Xian and Kong Shi were left in the room. Take a seat. With a wave of Kong Shi's hand, a chair flew over and landed right behind Zhang Xian. However, the latter did not settle down on the chair right away. Instead, he lowered his head apologetically and said, Kong Shi, I am indebted to you for guiding me while I was still on the Master Teacher continent, but due to several circumstances, I ended up capturing your clone. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian released Kong Shi's clone, which he had captured back in the Azure. He is something that I have severed from my will, an existence that was born from me. I thought that I had him suppressed in the Azure, but I didn't think that he would be able to overcome the seal with time, Kong Shi replied. He seemed to be aware of the happenings in the Azure, and he was not displeased with Zhang Xian's actions at all. With a flick of his finger, his clone was reduced to a wisp of green smoke before vanishing altogether. After that was done, Kong Shi smiled quietly before remarking, I was intending to send a sliver of my will down to the Azure to suppress him, but I dropped that thought after I saw you entering the Azure. Your deeds there really didn't disappoint me. You are aware of my actions in the Azure? Zhang Xian was surprised. The Azure and the firmament were severed by the dimension barrier, making it nigh impossible to travel or communicate between the two worlds. Yet, Kong Shi knew of what had happened in the Azure. In response to his question, Kong Shi replied, "Just like you. I came here from the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure. I left my will and a few hands in those two worlds in case of emergencies. While it's indeed highly difficult for me to descend to the lower worlds from here, I'm still able to keep track of what's happening in those two worlds to some extent." With his current cultivation realm, not even God Monarch Lingxi would dare claim that she was stronger than him. Naturally, he also possessed means that matched his strength. That makes sense. Zhang Xian nodded. Even though Deathless Monarch came nowhere close to matching God Monarch Lingxi and Kong Shi, he was still able to send messages down to Du Qingyuan through the seal of Supreme Monarch. Kong Shi was known for his exceptional proficiency in a multitude of occupations, and his students were all overflowing with talent. Given so, it should not be too hard for him to achieve that. Within such a short period of time, you have risen to prominence across numerous worlds, shining even brighter than me, Kong Shi said as he stroked his beard with a heartening smile. All this time, he had been observing Zhang Xian's actions. Initially, he had thought that the young man was like a fleeting shooting star that only shone splendidly for an instant, but he continued to accomplish feat after feat that amazed those around him. In just 2 short years, he had ascended from the Master-Teacher continent to the firmament, and now, the young man was standing before him as a god-king. He never would have thought that it was possible for someone to grow so quickly. "You are gracious with your compliments," Zhang Xian replied with a hint of redness on his face. He felt like the reason he could grow this quickly was due to a predecessor standing in front of him, showing him the way. If not for Kong Shi founding the Master-Teacher Pavilion and cultivating techniques such as the Saint Ascension Decipher, there was no way he would have been able to grow that quickly. He might not have been able to come so far. "All right, let's drop the pleasantries and get straight to the point, shall we? I understand the reason for your visit," Kong Shi said. "You are worried about the duel I am going to have with God Monarch Lingxi, and you're here to talk me out of it, right?" "Yes, that's indeed my intention," Zhang Xian nodded. He did not think that he would be able to hide his thoughts from Kong Shi, so he decided to get straight to the point. "I'll give you a clear answer. That's impossible. The duel is inevitable. I am unable to avoid it, and the same goes for you," Kong Shi replied with a shake of his head. "The same goes for me?" Zhang Xian was stunned. This was supposed to be a duel between the Heaven Subjugation Monarch and God Monarch Lingxi. How was he involved in this matter? Kong Shi mused over his words for a moment before asking, "You have comprehended the ability of the heaven's imperfections, right?" "Yes, I have," Zhang Xian replied with a nod. "The ability that I have comprehended is the heaven's order. I believe that you should be aware of that as well," Kong Shi said. Zhang Xian nodded once again. He had learned about that from the will Kong Shi had left behind in the Azure's Hall of Gods, so it was no secret to him anymore. Be it the heaven's order or the heaven's imperfections, they are all a part of the heavens. They are an integral part to the heavens, Kong Shi said as he gazed at the sky outside of the room with a faraway look in his eyes. Getting. Zhang Xian's heart suddenly jolted as a thought came to him. Could it be that Ruoxin, God Monarch Lingxi, also possesses a fragment of the heavens? Could this be the inevitability that everyone had been talking about all this time? Was that why he was attracted to Luo Ruoxin despite being incapable of feeling any romantic feelings for anyone else? Was that why Luo Ruoxin seemed to know about the existence of the Library of Heaven's Path right from the start? Perhaps the fragments of the heavens were able to sense each other's existences instinctively, and they were drawn to one another. Chapter 22-29 War of the Heavens. It's just as you have thought. It is the War of the Heavens. Kong Shi replied. It's a fight that cannot and must not be avoided. All forces of the world congregate and disperse with time. This is a natural and inevitable cycle. No one can escape it. If I win, I'll become the new overseer of the heavens. If I lose, my soul will dissipate, and everything will end right there. The War of the Heavens. Zhang Xian's face paled. Then, she and I. Did that not mean that he would have to eventually fight Luo Ruoxin as well? Would they have to compete for supremacy, too? Was this the reason she was unwilling to accept him when he fell in love with her, even coming up with all sorts of excuses to reject him? Back then, He had thought that there was some compelling power behind her that prevented them from getting together, but that was not the case at all. In the War of the Heavens, there could only be one survivor. Back when they were on the Master-Teacher continent, he had asked her many times for her real identity, but he had never been able to receive a concrete answer. Thinking back, it was not that she had been unwilling to speak. She simply could not do so. If she had revealed her true identity to him in advance, there was no saying how the heavens would have reacted to the divulging of the secret. They might even have had to fight one another in a life-and-death battle prematurely. If I win, the enemy you will have to face in the future is me. If I lose, it will be you and her battling one another. This is fate, and there's nothing we can do about it, Kong Shi said with a composed voice. Even though it was his life and death that they were talking about, he was still able to remain completely rational about it. Are the heavens you are referring to the heavens of the firmament? Zhang Xian asked. Is there really no way to avoid it? There isn't. Kong Shi shook his head. But isn't the firmament still functioning fine? Cultivators can rise through the ranks, and life is still thriving. If the heavens are really severed into fragments, that shouldn't be the case. Zhang Xian exclaimed. If the heavens of the firmament were really divided among the three of them, the world should have been in utter chaos. Yet, that was not what Zhang Xian had seen. Thriving? Kong Shi shook his head bitterly. The firmament stopped thriving 40 years ago. The spiritual energy started receding, and many plants and beasts went extinct. Cultivators were forced to live within cities, and most of the population can't acquire the aura of divinity they require to make a breakthrough. There is a huge strain on the supply of cultivation resources. We might have survived till now, but give it another several hundred years or so, and everything would be utterly barren. Life might not even exist then. Zhang Xian fell silent. He knew that the other party was right. It had only been 40 years since the receding of spiritual energy began, but a huge part of the firmament had already turned inhospitable. Innumerable lives had been lost as a result of that. Many cultivators, due to the scarcity of resources, were unable to raise their cultivation anymore. With the resources accumulated in the firmament throughout the innumerable years since its creation, the firmament was still able to continue functioning. However, how long could its resources last? When all the celestial gods from 40 years ago met their end, how many celestial gods would there be to replace them? What about god kings and conferred god kings? As the spiritual energy in the air grew scarcer and scarcer, how many people would eventually die of starvation? He did not even dare imagine that. Was this the effect of the fragmentation of the heavens? Isn't there the flood of spiritual energy? Zhang Xian asked. I heard that it's possible to acquire plenty of resources during that period. The flood of spiritual energy was a natural phenomenon of the world that had happened once every decade since the receding of spiritual energy. Each time it happened, it would bring innumerable resources over to the firmament, allowing the withering plants in the barren lands to continue surviving. For that reason, even though the Grand Spirit Mountain had been deprived of spiritual energy for a very long time, there were still many plants that still persisted to this day. If you view the firmament as a building, the heavens are the pillars propping up the building, Kong Shi said. Right now, the pillars are divided between you and me. It's only a matter of time before the building collapsed at this rate. The flood of spiritual energy is nothing more than temporary support structures put in place. While it can slow the rate of the collapse, it is nothing more than a temporary stopgap measure the world has put in place, and it can't be sustained for too long. Furthermore, a huge disruption occurs each time the flood of spiritual energy occurs. Cultivators resort to any means necessary to obtain more cultivation resources. While it looks like it's the force maintaining the stability of the firmament, it's actually hastening its death. Do you know many gods, celestial gods, and god kings die in each flood of spiritual energy? Those words left Zhang Xian in deep thought. These were the secrets of the firmament. The figures were not recorded in any of the books that he had read previously. There is no way to count the number of gods and celestial gods, but before the floods of spiritual energy began, there were more than 300 conferred god kings and 1,000 god kings in the firmament. 300 conferred god kings and 1,000 god kings? Zhang Xian's body jolted. Based on what he knew, There were only 30 conferred god kings and 100 god kings around. In other words, the firmament had already lost 90% of its strongest experts. If so, how many celestial gods and gods had died over the years? The heavens of the firmament cannot remain incomplete any longer. If we allow it to remain fragmented, the situation will only continue to worsen over time. The world will be further destabilized, and all beings will suffer, Kong Shi said grimly. He could not simply sit still as the world was torn into pieces. Is there no choice but to sacrifice one of us in order to save the rest of the world? Is it not possible to sustain the heavens together? Zhang Xian asked. If the heavens could be divided, was there a chance that they could govern each jurisdiction of heavens separately and ensure that everything continued running as normal? Of course not. The heavens are an integrated existence, and it is sustained by a delicate harmony. The only way to stabilize it is to merge it back together as one. It's impossible to control the heavens separately through the fragments, Kong Shi replied. It's similar to a series of cogs within a system. They are useless if we tear them apart and use them separately. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian suddenly thought of something and asked, if that's the case, Ruoxin already knew that I controlled a fragment of the heavens during our time back on the Master Teacher continent. So why didn't she kill me? And it's the same for you, Kong Shi. If you wanted to, you could kill me right away and grab my fragment of the heavens. Wouldn't it be in your interest to do so? Zhang Xian was not so arrogant as to think that he would be more important than the entire firmament combined. If killing him could save the entire firmament, it was hard to understand why Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxin had not made a move yet. After all, when he first met Luo Ruoxin at the Master Teacher continent, he was no more than an ordinary mortal from a lower world. There were no feelings between them. There should have been no reason for Luo Ruoxin not to make a move. For Kong Shi, if he could obtain the Library of Heaven's Path, he could become even stronger, thus increasing his chances of surpassing Luo Ruoxin and defeating her in the upcoming battle. Why was he not doing so? Putting aside everything about saving the firmament, being able to control the heavens meant gaining supreme dominance over the world. This was a great temptation that hardly anyone could resist. Kill you? Kong Shi looked at Zhang Xian with a glint in his eyes before sighing deeply. If I could save the rest of the firmament by killing you, I would bear the sin for doing so. However, that wouldn't work. At the very least, it isn't time yet. Chapter 22:30 Night of the Full Moon. Why? Zhang Xian asked in confusion. He did not understand what the difference between him and Luo Ruoxin was. The two of them possessed the fragments of the heavens, so why could his fragment of the heavens not be snatched? Was it because he was too weak? You haven't become a god monarch on par with us yet, Kong Shi replied. Only upon reaching this level can the fragment of heavens inside you be said to have fully matured. Otherwise, the imbalance in power would make it impossible to fuse the two fragments together, possibly causing a collapse in harmony instead. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. If one viewed the different fragments of the heavens as separate powers, it would be of paramount importance to ensure that those powers were on par with one another before fusing them together. Otherwise, it would just lead to one power suppressing the other, resulting in internal disharmony within the body. If so, instead of saving the world, he could very well be harming everyone instead. The firmament and the heavens, huh? Zhang Xian muttered with a bitter look on his face. It was no wonder everyone said that it was impossible to avoid this life and death duel. He could see what was going on now. This was the fate that was destined for the three of them. If they attempted to defy this fate, it would only spell the end of the world. Is there really no other way? Zhang Xian asked silently. All along, he had been grateful that he had the Library of Heaven's Path with him. However, rather than a blessing, it turned out to be an obligation instead. I have been thinking hard over the years, and I did manage to come up with an idea. However, I don't know whether it's truly feasible or not. You are very fortunate to be walking on a different path from mine. Perhaps you will reach heights that I'll never be able to, Kong Shi said with a gentle smile. It felt like he had really seen through life and death, paying nearly no heed to it at all. A different path from yours? Zhang Xian asked in confusion. Well, the secrets of the heavens mustn't be divulged, or else it could lead to unintended consequences. It's all up to you. In any case, God Monarch Lingxi and I have already done everything that we need to. As for how far you can go, that's up to you, Kong Shi said. Seeing how the other party was unwilling to talk about this matter, Zhang Xian knew that it was pointless for him to continue probing. So, he asked about another matter instead. Kong Shi, I have comprehended the heavens' imperfections, whereas you have comprehended the heavens' order. Do you know what God Monarch Lingxi has comprehended? That was the one thing that he had been curious about all this while. If the heavens had been split into 3 fragments, what was it that Luo Ruoxin had comprehended? Why could Luo Ruoxin sense him, whereas he was unable to feel anything at all? I am also quite curious about that. Kong Shi replied with a shake of his head. You don't know either? Zhang Xian was taken aback. In order to investigate Kong Shi, Luo Ruoxin went all the way down to the master-teacher continent in order to uncover his abilities, and yet, Kong Shi did not even know what kind of abilities Luo Ruoxin possessed. How was he intending to win the duel like that? Over the past 40 years, I have spent my time comprehending the nature of the heavens of the firmament. Despite its deficiency, it was still able to sustain itself without completely collapsing. It felt like there was some sort of power working in the background to protect the lives in the firmament, Kong Shi suddenly remarked. There were many things that he could not talk to his direct disciples about, and his relationship with the 9 god monarchs was poor. In the end, it turned out that the only person he could really confide in was Zhang Xian. Do you mean to say is that the power that is working in the background has something to do with Ruoxin? So, has she comprehended something along the lines of the heavens' protection? Zhang Xian asked. Despite the uncompassionate nature of the heavens, it still provided the environment that allowed countless lives to thrive within it. For example, the environment of his previous world had been so intricately designed to shelter the life living on it from most harm, be it the ozone layer or the elements that make up each habitat. This could be the way in which the heavens protected the world. Could this be the final fragment of the firmament? It's possible, but what I have in mind is different from that, Kong Shi said with a shake of his head. I believe that the ability she has comprehended has something to do with the heavens' nature. Due to that, the people of the Sky of Freedom highly respect autonomy and freedom. As for the heavens' protection, I think that it is a notion embedded within the idea of the heavens' nature. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. It's all conjecture on my part at the moment. It'll take some looking into in order to figure out the truth, Kong Shi said with a smile. Zhang Xian was silent for a moment before he asked, How confident are you in the fight? Not very. However, it won't be that easy to bring me down, Kong Shi replied with a composed yet deeply confident tone. He had come a long way to reach where he currently was. He had founded the Master Teacher Pavilion and the Ethereal Hall, and he had single-handedly challenged 8 of the God Monarchs, allowing his reputation to echo all over the world. He was confident that no matter what kind of adversities stood in his path, he would be able to overcome them eventually. Seeing this, Zhang Xian could not help but sigh once more. There was no way to get around this. If Kong Shi won, it would spell Luo Ruoxin's death, and vice versa. There was no way to circumvent it. But after hearing Kong Shi's words, he knew that it was futile for him to struggle to stop this duel. The War of the Heavens was a fight that they would not be able to escape. It was their responsibility and obligation to see the fight to the end. There's no need to worry. Sensing Zhang Xian's worries, Kong Shi chuckled softly beneath his breath. But just as he was about to say something, the spiritual energy in the air suddenly began trembling, swiftly becoming frighteningly violent. At the same time, the earth also began to tremor. Both Zhang Xian and Kong Shi quickly walked out of the room, and looking at the dark sky, they saw a full moon. Its brilliant silver light shone coldly upon the lands. Teacher, the disciples whom Kong Shi had gestured to leave earlier had gathered once more, and they looked at their teacher with eyes reddened in agitation. The night of the full moon had come, and the battle was about to begin. We have walked a long journey together, and you know my temperament. Life and death are part and parcel of life. Once autumn sinks in, unfortunate as it may be, leaves will be shed and flowers will wither. However, that is all in preparation for a new spring, Kong Shi said. If I fail to return from the duel, you are to serve Zhang Xian as your new leader. With him around, you'll be safe from danger. I understand, Kong Shi's direct disciples replied. Me? Everyone here is my senior, so how can I take on this responsibility? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Be it ancient sage Ranqiu, ancient sage Ziyuan, ancient sage Bo Shang, or ancient sage Qiu Wu, they were all his seniors, and he had benefited greatly from their guidance in the past. It did not seem appropriate for him to become their leader. As someone who has a fragment of the heavens, you should be more confident in yourself, Kong Shi said with a wave of his hand. But my strength is still lacking. His cultivation was only at God King Realm primary stage, and it would likely take him a long time before he could reach the pinnacle stage, let alone conferred God King. Given that ancient sage Ziyuan and the others were all stronger than him, he could not help but feel deeply pressured becoming their leader. Your strength is only temporary. You have comprehended a cultivation technique that surpasses the heavens, so it's only a matter of time before you become a transcendental existence, Kong Shi said with a smile. You don't need to worry too much about it. I am only saying this if the worst-case scenario comes to be. If I come back alive, the final duel will eventually be between you and me. Zhang Xian was speechless for a moment before nodding in resignation. All right, I'll take good care of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. It would be unbecoming of him to turn down the request of someone who could very well lose his life in the duel. Nodding with a satisfied smile, Kong Shi said, the duel is about to begin. I'll be heading off now. Farewell. Who? Right after saying those words, Kong Shi leaped into the air and swiftly flitted toward the full moon. Kong Shi, take me there as well. Zhang Xian quickly shouted. This was a duel that involved Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxin. Even if he could not stop it, he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. However, Kong Shi had already completely vanished from sight, seemingly having missed his words. Chapter 22:31 Above the Moon. Zhang Shi. Watching the fight between two god monarchs is very dangerous. The shockwaves of their clashes could easily claim your life. You might be harmed if you head over recklessly, ancient sage Ziyuan said. But toward those words, Zhang Xian simply shook his head. How could he possibly not know that? But this was a fight involving those two. He could not simply sit there doing nothing at all. He dashed into the air as well with his flight ability as a god king. But he realized that his movement speed was simply too slow. By the time he reached the battlefield, it would have ended. Young master, am I late? Just as Zhang Xian was panicking, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw a young man looking at him with a smile. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up upon seeing the young man, and he exclaimed anxiously, You came at the perfect time. Take me to the battle. It was none other than Little Chick, who had been reinforcing his cultivation back in the azure. It had been roughly half a day since Zhang Xian returned to the firmament, but for the azure, more than 2 months had passed. This period was more than enough for him to fully reinforce his cultivation and return to his peak. Let's go. With a nod, Little Chick slit through the fabric of space and pulled Zhang Xian in with him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had vanished from sight. It's too dangerous for them to watch a fight between the two god monarchs. Ancient sage Ziyuan was going to stop them, but he was not able to make it in time. He could not help but frown upon seeing what had happened. On the other hand, Luo Qiqi chuckled and said, There should be no need to worry if that young man who appeared earlier is accompanying him. Who is? Ancient sage Ziyuan turned his gaze to Luo Qiqi, but halfway through his words, realization suddenly struck him, and he narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It can't be that. He is the deathless monarch? His teacher had fought with most of the god monarchs of the 9 skies, so ancient sage Ziyuan was able to recognize most of them. The only ones whom he had never met before were the god monarch of the sky of freedom and the deathless monarch. Luo Qiqi nodded in response to those words. But the young man earlier addressed Zhang Xian as, Young master. Kong Shi's direct disciples were dazed. To be honest, they were a little dissatisfied with their teacher abruptly telling them to take Zhang Xian as their new leader, but out of respect for their teacher, they had chosen to follow his orders. But who could have known that the young man would actually have a god monarch as his servant? They knew full well just how powerful the god monarchs were. so they could not imagine what the young man could have possibly done to tame a god monarch. This was ridiculous. Even though he has the protection of the deathless monarch, a battle between the god monarchs is still extremely dangerous. Zhang Shi won't be able to do anything there, so he'd be much better off waiting here for the results, ancient sage Bo Shang said. Indeed, if the god monarch of the sky of freedom learns that he's our teacher's successor and tries to hold him hostage, that could very well throw our teacher off guard and expose him to unnecessary danger, ancient sage Ziyuan said. The key problem was that Zhang Xian could be a liability to Kong Shi once the god monarch of the sky of freedom knew about their relationship. All the other party had to do was intentionally utilize a sliver of her strength against Zhang Xian in order to put their teacher in a disadvantageous position. Your worry is unfounded. Knowing what Kong Shi's direct disciples were worrying about, Luo Qiqi shook her head bitterly. The god monarch of the sky of freedom would never make a move on him. Why's that? Ancient sage Ziyuan asked with a frown. You shouldn't underestimate what humans will do when they are in danger. Rules and morals become secondary concerns in such a situation. The god monarch of the sky of freedom had gone to the extent of finding a way to descend to the master-teacher continent in order to figure out their teacher's abilities. Given how determined she was to win the duel, how could one be certain that she would not use a hostage to force Kong Shi to submit to her? In a life-and-death duel, the only thing that mattered was winning. After all, it would be the end of everything once one lost. I would still have second thoughts if it was any other god monarch, but when it comes to the god monarch of the sky of freedom, there's no way that she would hurt Zhang Xian. That's because... Luo Qiqi sighed deeply. That's because she's Zhang Xian's girlfriend? Girlfriend? Ancient sage Ziyuan, ancient sage Bo Shang, and the others were all stunned. The young man was the successor of their teacher, the young master of the deathless monarch, and he was the girlfriend of god monarch Lingxi too? What the heck was wrong with that young man? Why in the world did he have so many identities? With a flicker of space, Zhang Xian found himself appearing above a flat, empty space that extended all the way to the horizon. There was not a sliver of spiritual energy or vitality in the air. It was an utterly desolate environment. Where are we? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. If not for his cultivation having reached the God King realm, he would probably have found it hard to survive in such an environment, let alone watch the battle. We are above the moon. Little Chick replied. Moon? Zhang Xian repeated in bewilderment. It was also at this moment that he realized that the land he was standing on was emanating a silvery shimmer. There were brilliant stars all around him, and the massive firmament floated some distance away. They were indeed on the moon. He did not think that they would come all the way to the moon in the blink of an eye. God monarchs sure were terrifying existences. Looking around him, Zhang Xian realized that there were quite a few people standing in the vicinity. Yet, for some reason, his spiritual perception was unable to perceive their presence clearly. The owner of the massive face that he had seen back in the sky of Linglong was among the crowd. Surprisingly, he did not see the young man who had given him some pointers on his swordsmanship a while back, but the elder who had been standing behind him back then was there. Most likely, the god monarch of the Sword Hut had teleported him there to witness the battle as his representative. So, they are the 9 god monarchs, Zhang Xian muttered. Those who were qualified to watch this battle were mostly the god monarchs. They were the only ones who were able to go there so quickly in order to watch the battle, and they were also the only ones who could protect themselves from the shockwaves of the battle. It's beginning, Little Chick said. Raising his head, Zhang Xian saw 2 figures standing loftily on 2 mountains located several thousand li away. One of them was an old man who had a snowy beard that drifted along with the wind, and his eyes were filled with deep compassion for the world. The other was a young lady who had fluttering black hair, and her eyes filled with the cool regality of a monarch. Luo Ruoxin. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly together. He had been thinking about her ever since they parted on the master-teacher continent, and he had thought up scenes of how their reunion would be many times before. But he had never thought that this would be it. She would actually be fighting a life-and-death duel with another person who was also important in his life. Boom, boom, boom. He could not clearly see what happened, but a crack suddenly appeared in the world. Countless lightning bolts devastated the ground, and the surface of the moon trembled non-stop. Amid countless black rifts, the floating Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi made their moves. Their movements were not quick, but every strike they made carried unopposable might that threatened to tear the world apart. It felt like the moon would crumble under their might and fall from the sky. After watching for a while, Zhang Xian finally understood why they had chosen this place for their final showdown. Neither of them is able to utilize the power of the heavens on the moon. As cultivators who controlled fragments of heavens, if they started using the powers of the heavens, it could worsen the stability of the world, causing countless people to die. As a result, they had decided to choose a battlefield where they had no choice but to rely on their own strength. The shockwaves were so powerful that they swept over thousands of li to reach Zhang Xian, but Little Chick fended them off right before they were about to reach him. Unfortunately for the moon, it did not have someone to protect it. Cracks appeared one after another on its surface, and it swiftly became tattered under the clashes of the two formidable powers. Zhang Xian was not able to see through their battles given the limitations of his current strength, and he could not use the Library of Heaven's Pather either. So, he turned his sights to Little Chick and asked, "Who do you think will win?" Chapter 2232, I Shall Live as Myself. Instead of answering Zhang Xian's question, Little Chick frowned as he muttered with a hint of incredulity in his voice, "It's very weird." "What's weird?" Zhang Xian asked. "Since it is a life-and-death duel, I thought the two of them would give it their all, but for some reason..." Little Chick cocked his head as he pondered over an incomprehensible question. Why does it seem like the two of them are still holding back? Are they sounding each other out to find an opportune moment to strike? Zhang Xian asked as he watched the duel worriedly. In most battles, the cultivators would not go all out and reveal their trump cards right from the start. Instead, they would try to sound out the other party's abilities to maximize the effectiveness of their trump cards. The ground continued wavering under the clashes of the two, and even the mountains that they had been standing on previously had been ground to dust. It was truly fortunate that they were not on the firmament, or else a battle of such scale would collapse even a city as massive as drifting Spectre Royal City. Countless gods would surely have died in the catastrophe. "Do you think that it's possible for you to stop them with your current strength?" Zhang Xian asked. "That's impossible," Little Chick replied with a shake of his head. "My cultivation has grown a fair bit after my resurrection, but I'm still nowhere close to matching those two. Be it God Monarch Lingxi or the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, they are beings who have reached the zenith of the firmament. There is no God Monarch who could compete with them." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian sighed deeply. He had anticipated such an answer, but still, he could not help but feel deeply disappointed after hearing Little Chick's words. It seemed like there was really nothing he could do. Besides, even if Little Chick was able to stop the battle, it might just spell a great calamity in the near future. It would just be delaying the inevitable for a while longer. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A series of crescent arc surges of sword chi suddenly filled the surroundings. Luo Ruoxin had finally drawn her weapon. Her swordsmanship was extremely elegant and beautiful. It felt surprisingly familiar, though, such that Zhang Xian could not help but frown after seeing it. It actually bore some resemblance to the swordsmanship that he had seen from the god monarch of the Sword Hut. However, the conceptualization was a little different. Luo Ruoxin's swordsmanship felt free and spirited, reminiscent of a person who was unbound by anything in the world. Ruoxin has probably received advice from the god monarch of the Sword Hut. He could not gauge just how powerful the god monarch of the Sword Hut was, but he had a feeling that the latter was someone who was comparable to Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi, especially since the latter was able to match him in a clash of equal power levels. Luo Ruoxin had taken the god monarch of the Sword Hut's swordsmanship and infused her soul into it, adapting it to become something that was hers. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian noticed that on top of the desire for freedom, Luo Ruoxin's swordsmanship carried the conceptualization of protection as well. The only problem was that these two concepts were at odds with one another. The desire of wanting to protect something was a shackle in itself, preventing one from living freely. If she was completely free, her swordsmanship would have been far stronger. He might be greatly lacking to them in terms of cultivation, but when it came to his eye for swordsmanship, he would not pale in comparison to them. The fact that he could comprehend a swordsmanship that surpassed the heavens spoke volumes. Luo Ruoxin's swordsmanship carried the desire to protect, but in the depths of her heart, what she truly craved was freedom. Even though she had already suppressed this contradiction to the bare minimum, it was inevitable that it would hinder her in a battle. It could very well become a fatal flaw of hers when fighting someone of the same level. If he could tell as much, Kang Shi should be able to do so as well. With his heart thumping nervously, Zhang Xian turned to look at Kang Shi and saw the latter bringing out his weapon. It was a cane. Having seen through the flaws in the young lady's swordsmanship, Kang Shi's cane struck furiously like a torrent, making it nigh impossible to defend against. His skills with the cane are truly formidable. Zhang Xian was astounded. As the world's teacher, Kang Shi was renowned not because of his superior strength, but his deep comprehension of cultivation, the development of the system of master teachers, and the values that he passed down through the generations. As such, many people viewed him as a refined scholar. Zhang Xian had thought that he would be refined even in a battle, but after seeing this, he realized that he could not have been more wrong. His cane lashed forth at his opponent with the might of an entire world, drawing upon might that none could withstand. It was utterly violent and destructive. This was at odds with his perception of whom Kang Shi was. But again, how could a person destroy the otherworldly demonic tribe just by being refined? Having followed Kang Shi's footsteps, he was aware of his deeds as he rose through the worlds. Kang Shi was a person who desired to create an impartial world where everyone was strong and could stand up for themselves. In order to achieve his goals, it was inevitable that he would need to resort to violence at times. During Kang Shi's era on the Master-Teacher continent, in order to ensure the survival of mankind, he had charged into the otherworldly demonic tribe alone and wreaked havoc in their midst, killing countless enemies. In the Azure, he had subdued many opponents in order to create and establish the ethereal hall system, allowing the world to rise to greater heights. There was no doubt that Kang Shi was truly a terrifying individual, but his selflessness allowed him to earn the respect and not the fear of others. Terrifying toward those who stepped beyond his bottom line, magnanimous to all who sought to learn, it was no wonder he had been able to rise up as such a respected figure during an era of chaos, remembered by the world even after tens of thousands of years later. But again, this was yet another contradiction in itself, and this could be seen in his blows. Despite the violence of his cane, one could still feel his gentleness and merciful intent. His strikes appeared to carry the intent to kill, but he would alter them at the last moment in order to avoid landing a fatal blow. His principles disallowed him to kill a person who was innocent, putting him in a state of internal conflict. Zhang Xian shook his head. This is a flaw as well. Luo Ruoxin craved freedom, whereas Kang Shi carried far too great compassion for the world. Those were huge taboos in a life-and-death duel. Yet, this was their very nature. It could not be changed so arbitrarily, especially not in the midst of a battle. What about me, then? Seeing through the problems and the attacks of the two, Zhang Xian could not help but reflect on himself. The pathos of heaven that he had comprehended carried great yearning toward his loved ones. As such, his swordsmanship was extremely binding and sentimental. However, after hearing the words from the god monarch of the Sword Hut, he had realized that there was a problem with his swordsmanship. There was nothing wrong with valuing one's sentiments, but it would be too shallow if that was all there was to it. Instead of wallowing in his feelings, he ought to use those sentiments as a driving force to protect his loved ones from danger. It was just like how love would not be enough to sustain a family. One would have to devote time and effort, not just mere sentiments, in order to protect one's family and sustain relations, be it financially or psychologically. If I were a god monarch, I would have been able to intervene and suggest solutions out of this quandary. I wouldn't have to helplessly watch as one of them pass away in this war of the heavens. If I had the power to protect the firmament, there would have been no need for them to do this. These thoughts surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. It was a huge torture for him to see the two of them fighting one another. He would find it hard to accept the results no matter who won in the end. He regretted his own weakness. He could not even protect what he held dear to him. Zhang Xian sighed. I don't think I'm suited to protect at all. It was at this moment that he realized that he was not suited to the swordsmanship suggested by the god monarch of the Sword Hut. Having reincarnated from his previous world, there was one thing he realized. He did not like his fate being governed in the hands of another. Ever since his journey started on the Master-Teacher continent, he had always stood in the face of adversity without fear, pushing forward for what he believed in. He had also always wanted to protect those around him from harm, but not once had he ever thought of wanting to protect the entire world. What he wanted was not to protect others, but to live the way he wanted. Chapter 22:33 The Demise of a Monarch. To him, living as himself meant becoming the best him. In his journey, while his clone had been thinking of ways in which he could brag, such a thought had never crossed his mind. There were one or two occasions when he had taken center stage of his own volition, but that was also in order to become the best him. In the depths of his heart, he had always been a humble, low-profile, diligent, and honest person. As such a thought arose in his mind, he felt like his heart had suddenly opened up. At the same time, the sword art that he had comprehended began to change. His sword arts, be it a heart of intertwined threads or unyielding loyalty, carried the conceptualization of binding something, but along with the change in his state of mind, they became haughtier and more refined, carrying the will to charge ahead fearlessly. He would do anything to protect his kin and loved ones, but he would never allow himself to become their slaves. In the same way, it was right for a person to earn money in order to support their family, but they must not allow it to become their only reason for existence. That would be merely living for the sake of living. To charge bravely ahead and become the best him, that was the path he had chosen. If he could become the best him and obtain the strength and capabilities he desired, he would also gain the strength to protect those who were dear to him. These two notions were not at odds with one another. As the contradictions in his heart cleared away, Zhang Xian continued to observe the battle ahead of him. The clash between the two most powerful experts in the firmament had made the spectating experts utterly silent. None of them were able to say a word. "He is really formidable," Little Chick murmured in disbelief. In just 40 years, he was able to reinforce his cultivation to such an extent. The Heaven Subjugation Monarch is really an incredible genius. The deathless monarch had lived for many years, and he had even resurrected once. Yet, he came nowhere close in comparison to the prowess of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch. This was more than enough to highlight the difference in terms of talent between the two of them. It was to such an extent that one could not help but despair. After lamenting, Little Chick turned to look at the young man beside him, and he shook his head once more. If he thought about it, the young master's talents did not pale anywhere in comparison to the Heaven Subjugation Monarch. In fact, if they really had to make a comparison, it felt like the young master had an edge over the latter. The young master might just reach the same level as those two within the next decade or so. Luo Ruoxin retracted her sword and took a few steps back before speaking with a cold voice. "Impressive. You were able to become this powerful within a short 40 years. However, I still have one last move. If you are able to overcome it, it'll be my loss." "I also have one last move prepared," Kong Shi replied with his usual composure. "If I lose, I hope that you can respect our previous agreement." "I'm not a person who would go against my words," Luo Ruoxin replied. "I also hope that you can keep to our agreement if I lose my life." "Of course." Kong Shi nodded. "Let's not waste any time then." Having come to a decision, the two of them made their moves simultaneously. An incomparably powerful sword intent burst into the air while a cane smashed downward with unfathomable might. The clash between the two created such blinding radiance that it outshone the glow of the moon. For a moment, the entire firmament was blinded by the light in the clash. "What's that?" "I have no idea. Is it the fight between the God Monarch of the Sky of Freedom and the Heaven Subjugation Monarch? They are fighting on the moon? It must be. Who else could create such a huge commotion?" At the same time, countless people in the firmament raised their heads to look at the moon, which appeared to be almost as brilliant as the sun. Amid the blinding light, Kong Shi's cane seemed to forge a long river of time in front of him. Countless silhouettes could be seen drifting within the river, encompassing the history of the world since tens of thousands of years ago. Each of these snapshots of history had a conjure in them. Some of them were furious, some of them had a gentle smile, some of them were cheerful, and some of them were sorrowful. Put together, these conjures seemed to drive the wheels of history, bringing the true powers of the temporal laws into life. This was his strongest technique, spring and autumn. A brush to dictate spring and a brush to dictate autumn. It was a technique that tapped into everything from the past to the present. The wills of these conjures that existed across the time continuum aligned together with one another, bestowing him with strength far beyond anyone's imagination. It felt like the entire moon would collapse under the sheer pressure of his strength and fall to the ground. Under the rush of history, the gray granite on the moon flashed white before shattering into dust. There was no one, no matter how strong, who could oppose the might of time. It was a transcendental power that formed the basis of the universe. Ruoxin. Zhang Xian did not think that conjure would actually have such a move up his sleeves, and he could not help but place his hands together out of sheer nervousness. Looking anxiously at the young lady, for a brief moment, he saw her glancing at him yearningly. But the next moment, she was already looking at her opponent with eyes filled with regality. "I have been waiting for this." She raised her sword and pierced it right toward the river of time. The sword froze on the spot, as if it was destined to never reach its target. Yet, the sword intent bursting forth from it struck through the river of time and pierced through history. Unlike the three-dimensional nature of space, the flow of time was one-dimensional. It was incapable of changing its flow and dodging Luo Ruoxin's attack. Her sword was directed right at the weakness of spring and autumn, piercing through the countless conjures at once, leaving him unable to dodge. In the end, the past was nothing more than the past. It did not have the power to dictate the present and the future. It's the great codex of spring and autumn. She obtained it in the master-teacher continent and uncovered all of its secrets. Zhang Xian muttered with a slightly pale face. It was apparent that the sword art was created with the sole purpose of dealing with conjure. Using her as the medium, she channeled her sword intent toward the temporal laws to pierce through the flow of time. There was no way she would have been able to create such a move without comprehending the secrets of the great codex of spring and autumn. And he was the one who entered the temple of Confucius and obtained the great codex of spring and autumn for her. If conjure was killed, he would be an accomplice. He turned to look at conjure, hoping that he would be able to avoid or overcome this attack somehow. Yet, instead of retaliating, he placed the cane in his hand down. "Why?" Zhang Xian shouted. In that instant, he dashed forward, wanting to shake conjure to his senses, but Little Chick resolutely held him back. That technique causes his present self to overlap with his other selves in history. If his other selves are killed, his present self won't be able to survive. That is the greatest flaw of this technique. So there's nothing he could do to save himself, Little Chick explained with a shake of his head. But there must be some way. Some way. Zhang Xian exclaimed in despair. Deep inside, he knew that Little Chick was right. Time worked in a straight line. If the past him was killed, the present him could not possibly survive. Spring and autumn was indeed a powerful technique, but it had a terribly dangerous flaw to it. "Don't forget what you have promised me." Conjure shot a glance at Zhang Xian, and his voice echoed within his ears. Then, his body began falling to the ground. Boom! Under the powerful surge of sword intent from Luo Ruoxin, the river of time was severed, and the silhouettes in there dissipated one after another. Before the present conjure could reach the ground, his body had already disintegrated into a mist that carried the powers of the heavens. The mist immediately dashed into the sky, wanting to escape from the moon. However, Luo Ruoxin swiftly reached out and grabbed the mist tightly, preventing it from escaping. Hong long long. All of this happened in an instant, and the brilliant light on the moon swiftly disappeared. However, the violent energies that were caused by the clash continued to linger in the surroundings. They gathered together in the sky and fell to the ground as a heavy downpour. It was as if the sky itself was crying. The duel between the two god monarchs had ended. Conjure was dead. Chapter 2234 conferred God King of the Nine Skies 1. grasping tightly at the mist that had come from Kong Shi's body. Luo Ruoxin was in a daze. The heaven subjugation monarch had awed many people ever since his arrival in the firmament. Even the god monarchs had ended up submitting to him one after another. Luo Ruoxin had walked into the battle with the resolve that she could possibly lose her life, but in the end, she was the one who had survived. That had been Kong Shi's most powerful technique. Even though she had traveled to the lower worlds to figure out his abilities and spent a great deal of time trying to devise a counter for it, everything had happened so smoothly that she could not help feeling a little dazed. It almost felt as if Kong Shi had given up on the battle at the last moment, when she executed her very last strike. For a split second, she could see relief on Kong Shi's face, as if he had finally fulfilled what he had set out to do. After a moment of silence, Luo Ruoxin collected the mist with a flick of her finger before heaving a sigh of relief. Then, she turned her sight toward a certain someone not too far away. The young man whom she loved dearly was dashing toward the area where Kong Shi had fallen. He desperately tried to retain the remnants of Kong Shi's energy, but his efforts were futile. Knowing Zhang Xian's feelings, Luo Ruoxin hesitated for a moment before walking toward him and saying, "This is fate. There's nothing we can do about it." Those who possessed a fragment of the heavens carried a fate that they could not escape from. Zhang Xian lowered his head for a long while before he quietly replied, "I understand." He did not want to accept it, but it was a fact that Kong Shi was really dead. Ever since his time on the Master-Teacher continent, Kong Shi had served as a guide to him, shining light on the path that he should take. While he had never formally acknowledged the other party as his teacher, he viewed the other party as his mentor and respected him deeply. He did not think that the other party would vanish from the face of the world shortly after their first meeting. He could clearly remember his interactions with the old man, as if the latter was still with him. It felt unreal that he had passed away just like that. Is this the path that we have to take as well? Will we have to fight it out to vie for the heavens too? Zhang Xian looked at Luo Ruoxin with a sorrowful look on his face. "I don't know." Luo Ruoxin lowered her face, as if trying to escape Zhang Xian's eyes. "You already have an answer deep inside your heart. You are just unwilling to say it out loud. Did you avoid me all this time to avoid getting entangled with me? Are you afraid that you won't be able to make a move on me at the very end?" Zhang Xian asked. Luo Ruoxin could not answer his question. Seeing this, Zhang Xian felt as if his heart had shattered apart. He suddenly felt like he had to get out of here. He turned around and walked away. "Little chick, let's go." If it was fate that one of them had to die at the hands of the other, he would have preferred this ill-fated romance between them to have never begun in the first place. Zhang Xian. Watching his departing back, Luo Ruoxin closed her eyes, and when she finally opened them once more, her vision was already blurry. With a quivering voice, she said, "I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize to me. This is simply our fate." Zhang Xian replied without turning around. He had persevered all this while in the hopes that he would be able to see her once more. But when he finally met her once more and understood the truth behind everything, perhaps it would have been better if he had let her go right from the start. He could not accept that this was the only future that lay ahead of the two of them. If this was the suffering that he had to go through, he would rather not have any emotions. Pooh. A mouthful of blood spurted from Zhang Xian's mouth as his vision darkened a little. As someone who cultivated the pathos of heaven, the desire of wanting to be emotionless was a fatal blow to him. Just the mere thought of it nearly caused his cultivation to collapse. Wang. The pendant hanging in around him heated up. A surge of energy flowed into his body and suppressed the chaotic flow of energy within his body. Zhang Xian raised his hand to grab the pendant around his neck. He wanted to throw it back to Luo Ruoxin, but at the very last moment, he released his grip and his hand slackened by his side. There was no use venting his anger on Luo Ruoxin. It was not her fault that everything had turned out like that. If she had died in the duel, he would have surely reacted many times worse than he currently was. From the very start, only one person was going to walk out of the duel alive. It was just that he simply refused to acknowledge this reality. He slowly turned around to face Luo Ruoxin, only to see that her eyes had reddened completely. In that moment, Zhang Xian suddenly felt deeply apologetic. All this while, She had been forced to live with the knowledge that such a future lay ahead of them. He could not begin to imagine just how much pressure she must have been under. The pain that she felt was definitely no less than his. So, he walked over and embraced her tightly. With a determined voice, he said, "I don't believe that there's no way around the war of the heavens. I'll definitely find a way for the both of us to survive this, so wait for me." All of a sudden, he recalled the words that Kong Shi had said. The latter had mentioned that he had been thinking about this matter all these years, and he had an idea in mind. It was just that he was not certain whether he would succeed. This meant that they were not completely helpless. There were ways in which they could circumvent this. They just had to find it. Putting everything aside, during his time in the Azure, Kong Shi's clone seemed to know of a way to extract the library of Heaven's Path from his body. Though the method would result in his death, was it possible for them to modify it in some way so that he could survive even after extracting the library of Heaven's Path? If they could do it, they would be able to overcome this darned war of the heavens without the sacrifice of either one of them. Is that possible? Luo Ruoxin asked weakly. Yes, it is possible. It must be possible. I'll definitely find a way out of this, so trust me, Zhang Xian said. But what if you can't find it? Luo Ruoxin's voice quivered a little. With a firm and resolute tone, Zhang Xian replied, "At the very most, we'll just die together. Once we are gone, the fragments of the heavens will come together to repair the firmament, but that will already be none of our business." Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Luo Ruoxin was taken aback for a moment before she nodded resolutely. "You're right. Why should we care that much after we're dead? We'll just be together under the same tombstone. Indeed, what's the worst that could happen? Be it the heavens or fate, nothing will tear us apart anymore. Nothing will tear us apart anymore." With reddened eyes, Luo Ruoxin also embraced the young man tightly. She had been hesitating and worrying all this time. She knew that it was an impossible love, but she simply could not harden her will to forsake it. But the young man voiced her deepest wishes. As long as they were together, death was nothing to fear. Having cast aside all her hesitation, there was nothing holding her back. Even if the heavens collapse, I'll be satisfied as long as I'm with you. Feeling the warmth from the young lady's body, a poem suddenly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. "A pair of lovebirds we shall be in the heavens, a pair of branches we intertwine on earth. Even the heavens and earth are limited by time, but our feelings shall be eternal." At the same time, the library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a cultivation technique manual materialized. What is there to rejoice about life? What is there to grieve about death? The seas can dry up, and the stones can be ground down, but even if the world were to be obliterated, our feelings will last through time. Boom! Above the moon, a great surge of energy rained down upon Zhang Xian, shrouding him within a surge of energy. At the same time, red clouds began to congregate around the firmament, and a massive power poured down. Dark shadows filled the land, and the earth began to tremor. It seemed like something was going to be born. Zhang Xian had thought that unless he received a conferment from a god monarch, he would not be able to overcome his limits as a god king. Yet, who could have known that he would still be able to tear through the bottleneck ahead of him without any problems? The eyes of the god monarchs widened in shock at that sight. Fairy Linglong's body trembled as she exclaimed, "Instead of being conferred by a god monarch, he is being conferred by the world itself. This is the world conferment? Does this mean that there will be yet another heaven subjugation monarch?" The god monarchs present in the area turned to look at Zhang Xian with flabbergasted expressions, and they were not able to speak for a very long time. Chapter 2235 conferred God King of the Nine Skies 2:40 years ago. A talented genius possessing superior talent had suddenly appeared in the firmament. Impressed with his talent, the god monarchs had sought to take him under their wing and confer him as their conferred god king. A huge fight had broken out among them as a result of that. At the end of the fight, they had come to an agreement. In order to avoid escalating the conflict, none of them would confer him. Everyone had thought that this would be the end for that talented genius. No one could have imagined that the talented genius would end up receiving the conferment of the world itself. It had been the same sight back then. The entire firmament was wrapped within red clouds, and a grand power rose from the world. The god monarchs had all been taken aback by the phenomenon the first time they witnessed it, as they realized that something greater than them was occurring. And just as they thought, the talented genius had eventually grown to become the heaven subjugation monarch, wielding the powers to challenge even the great god monarch Lingxi. 40 years later, the heaven subjugation monarch fell in a grand showdown with the god monarch Lingxi, but moments later, yet another person conferred by the world appeared. Not even the 9 god monarchs had enjoyed such an honor during their ascension. The world conferment was a natural force of the world that was beyond the control of the god monarchs, and one who had been bestowed with such power would be truly invincible beneath the god monarchs. Is this fate too? Little Chick murmured. He had thought that the young master would require several years of accumulation to reach such a level, but he had managed to pull it off in the blink of an eye. It was insane. While muttering to himself in shock, Little Chick nearly lost control of his powers and reverted to a little chick. The Cloud Dragon Monarch also had his eyes widened into large bells, and it looked as if he was on the verge of reverting to his dragon form. Fairy Ling Long was trembling in so much fear that her legs were clamped tightly together. Just thinking about how she had attempted to kill the young man previously was enough to make her blood run cold. As powerful as they were only bestowed with the powers to govern a single sky. However, the young man before them had been recognized by all of the 9 skies. In other words, he was the conferred king of the 9 skies. This marked the start of yet another legend. Jia. In the firmament, the doors of a humble-looking straw hut opened, and a young man walked out. He gazed at the sky silently, but vaguely. One could see the corners of his lips edging up to form a slight smile. He has comprehended it far faster than I thought. Perhaps you were right all along. I'll be waiting for him to create a miracle. In the sky of drifting specters, Qi Meng walked out from his seclusion to gaze at the red clouds in the sky. Conferred king of the 9 skies. Who could it be? As the conferred god king of the Qi clan, he was aware of how the heaven subjugation monarch had risen to power back then, and he knew about the conferred king of the 9 skies as well. However, he could not fathom who had sparked such a grand phenomenon this time. It seems like it's the rise of yet another heaven subjugation monarch. What a pity that we weren't able to get acquainted with him in advance. Otherwise, it would have guaranteed our Qi clan's prosperity for years to come, Qi Meng muttered. The world seemed to obey a certain cycle, but the closer they came to uncovering the secrets of the world, the more erratic they found the world to be. Even with the wisdom they had accrued over thousands of years, they were unable to fathom the world's trajectory. If he had known whom the conferred king of the 9 skies was, he would have gotten acquainted with the other party in advance. That would surely have been a blessing for their Qi clan. But there was simply no way to predict such a thing. Not even the god monarchs had the ability to do so, let alone a mere conferred god king. I wonder who it is. Qi Meng thought of all the cultivators who were on the verge of reaching God King realm pinnacle in his head, but there were none that seemed to fit the criteria. It looks like this God King has been maintaining quite a low profile, or else there's no way I wouldn't have been able to guess it. The conferred God King of the 9 skies was bound to be someone who possessed incomparable talent, so it should have been easy for him to guess who it was. Yet, he was simply unable to figure the identity of the person. It could only go to say that this God King was an incredibly humble and low-profile individual. How rare. There were not many low-profile individuals in the firmament anymore. Someone has managed to become a conferred God King of the 9 skies, just like our teacher. On the cliff where Kong Shi resided, ancient sage Zi Yuan looked at the energy gathering in the sky with a solemn look on his face. It must be Zhang Shi. For Zhang Shi to receive the world conferment, doesn't that mean that our teacher? Something must have happened to our teacher. Sigh. Our teacher told us to view Zhang Xian as our leader and wait. I believe that he has his reasons for instructing us to do so. Let's believe in our teacher and await his return. Nothing can happen to you, teacher. The crowd fell silent. For some reason, to them, it felt like the world conferment marked the end of their teacher's legend, and the start of Zhang Shi's legend. Hoo-ha! Hoo-ha! Panting heavily, a young man dodged the attack of a rabbit and successfully escaped to a nearby cavern. Within the cavern, two beautiful ladies looked at him anxiously as they asked, "How is it?" If Zhang Xian was there, he would have recognized these two ladies as Yu Feier and Hu Yaoyao, whom he had met in the azure not too long ago. And the young man, naturally, was Luo Qiqi's elder brother, Luo Xianqing. Having entered the firmament through the Hall of Gods, they found themselves on the Grand Spirit Mountain, similar to Zhang Xian and his direct disciples. Due to having swallowed Zhang Xian's blood, they had overcome the spatial turbulence without sustaining too many injuries, and they had been able to quickly recover from their injuries too. Nevertheless, with their God Realm primary stage cultivation, they were not able to easily deal with the threats lurking all around the firmament. I couldn't beat the rabbit, and I nearly got killed by it. It's lucky that I ran away fast enough. However, it seems like we'll have to starve for tonight as well. Luo Xianqing shook his head bitterly. They had thought that the firmament would be filled with spiritual energy and all sorts of treasures, but never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that it was actually this barren. Despite being the strongest experts in the azure, they did not even have the strength to deal with a mere rabbit. Just the thought of it left them feeling deeply stifled. The flow of time in the firmament is so slow, and the spatial pressure is far too great. Without adapting to such an environment, it would be hard for one to even walk around. Hu Yaoyao could not help but ask, say, "How do you think Zhang Xian managed to break the dimension barrier to return to the azure? How strong must he be in order to do that?" The remaining two people fell silent. They had expected the firmament to be just a little more formidable than the azure, but the gap between the two worlds was truly enormous. With the sheer resilience of the spatial laws there, they could not imagine how Zhang Xian could have torn open the dimension barrier to deliver the god blood to them. Just how powerful was he? When I headed out earlier, I encountered a few students who were out for an expedition, Luo Xianqing said. According to what I heard, it seems like the cultivation realms in the firmament are divided into God, Celestial God, God King, Conferred God King, and God Monarch. It has only been a month since he arrived at the firmament, and taking into account his talent and speed of cultivation, I reckon that he should be a middle-tier god at the moment. As for returning to the azure, I seriously doubt that. After all, he didn't appear before us at all. My guess is that he might have sent the god blood down through some sort of ritual. It shouldn't be too difficult to do so with the powers of Starchaser Palace's altar. Through eavesdropping on the conversation of the cultivators he had met earlier today, he had gained some understanding of the firmament, and he knew how difficult it was to raise one's cultivation there. Hu Yaoyao pondered for a moment before shaking her head. That fellow has always been good at achieving the impossible. I think his cultivation should be higher than that. Around high-tier god, I'd say. You're saying that his cultivation has leaped across two realms within a month? Luo Xianqing snorted in disbelief. You are thinking too highly of him. It is extremely difficult to do so, but I believe that he's capable of it. Yu Feier chirped in enthusiastically. Perhaps. Knowing that it was impossible to argue with these two fangirls, Luo Xianqing shrugged before falling silent. At this moment, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremor, so the three of them quickly charged out of the cavern, only see with a sky filled with red clouds. What is that? Is this some kind of skill cast by a god monarch? It feels like the world's acknowledgement toward an individual to me. I felt the same way back when Zhang Xian was acknowledged as a celestial master teacher. I didn't think that I would witness such a sight shortly after arriving in the firmament. All right then. From today on, I shall view that expert as my idol. Luo Xianqing declared with eyes filled with passion. I shall view him as my target, and I shall rise through the ranks and surpass that darned lad Zhang Xian. Chapter 2236 Kong Shi could come back to life. In the Sanctum of Sages, Luo Xianqing had met Zhang Xian for the first time, and they had become close friends with one another. However, due to the matter concerning his younger sister, they had ended up turning against one another. But in the depths of his heart, he still viewed the other party to be his rival and a friend. It was just that the other party's cultivation grew too quickly. He made breakthroughs so frighteningly quick, leaving innumerable legends in his wake. He had thought that it would have been impossible for him to catch up with Zhang Xian, but who could have known that there would be such a huge time gap between the Master-Teacher continent and the higher worlds? With this, he still had a chance. At this moment, Zhang Xian only had a month's advantage on him. As long as he worked diligently, he should be able to catch up with the other party, and soon, he would be able to give the other party a good pummeling. Surpass Zhang Xian? Hearing Luo Xuanqing's muttering, Hu Yaoyao and Yu Feier glanced at one another before shaking their heads helplessly. Forget it. Do whatever that makes you happy. As people who had seen how Zhang Xian forged his legend, they did not think that Luo Xuanqing stood a chance at all. But that being said, if Zhang Xian was really only at high-tier god at the moment, they might still be able to catch up to him and advance alongside him. This thought filled them up with great drive. How beautiful it is. I reckon that the person who has been acknowledged by the world must be a great person as well. The two young ladies spoke as they stared at the red sky as well. Paying no heed to the shocked gazes of the god monarchs, Zhang Xian closed his eyes as he perceived the changes that were occurring within his body. Conferred God King Realm Primary Stage. Conferred God King Realm Intermediate Stage. Conferred God King Realm Pinnacle. In less than a minute, his soul cultivation had already risen from God King Realm Pinnacle to Conferred God King Realm Pinnacle. But his soul cultivation did not stop there. It continued rising beyond that point. Just the conferment of the world was enough for him to raise his soul cultivation several stages. This was even more terrifying than the anima of yearning. However, this isn't a good time for me to push for a breakthrough to God Monarch, Zhang Xian thought as he suppressed his rising soul cultivation. Conferred God King of the Nine Skies was equivalent to receiving the conferment of the Nine Skies simultaneously, granting him far greater powers than other conferred God Kings. Under normal circumstances, such power should have been enough for him to become a God Monarch, but it was a pity that his physical body and Jinqi cultivation was still too weak. If he made a breakthrough then, he would induce the monarch heavenly tribulation, but he was not ready to face this cultivation ordeal yet. Without a doubt, he would be crushed. If that happened, he would become the first God Monarch in history who died from a cultivation ordeal right after his breakthrough. How embarrassing would that be? For that reason, he decisively suppressed the further growth of his soul cultivation. In any case, he had already comprehended the God Monarch realm cultivation technique that he required for his breakthrough. It would not be too late to make a breakthrough after he raised his physical body and Jinqi cultivation. That is a wise decision. Luo Ruoxin heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing how Zhang Xian was able to remain rational even in the face of such great temptation. When it came to cultivation, it was not about making a breakthrough as quickly as possible. Instead, what was more important was building a strong foundation, and only then would a cultivator be able to exert greater strength after their breakthrough. The person whom she fancied was indeed a person with great willpower and decisiveness. After stabilizing the energies within his body, Zhang Xian exhaled deeply before turning to look at the young lady beside him. I intend to find a way to circumvent the war of the heavens. Do you want to stay with me? Or? It had not been easy for him to reunite with her once more, so he did not want to part with her so quickly. However, there was no guarantee that he would be able to find a solution, and staying together could just lead to greater pain in the future. He did not want to force her for his own selfishness. I need to return to the sky of freedom for a while to settle some matters. After I'm done, I'll head over to see you. Luo Ruoxin replied. There were some things that she had to settle right away. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Zhang Xian nodded. Then, he beckoned Little Chick over and said, Let's go. Little Chick nodded. With a wave of his hand, the two of them vanished on the spot. Luo Ruoxin stood quietly for a moment before leaving the area. Just like that, the other god monarchs quickly dispersed. Everything that had just happened a moment ago left them feeling a little shaken. Be it the grand battle they had just witnessed or the upcoming birth of a new god monarch, it seemed like the firmament would soon be undergoing massive changes. And what had left them even more worried was that the upcoming god monarch already held unprecedented power. Even before making a breakthrough himself, God Monarch Lingxi was his girlfriend, and the Deathless Monarch was his tamed beast. How were they supposed to deal with such an overpowered character? Zhang Xian returned to the mountain where Kong Shi and his direct disciples resided. Zhang Shi, ancient sage Zi Yuan, and the others quickly gathered around the area. Kong Shi, he has... Zhang Xian began speaking with a solemn voice. It's fine. We already know, ancient sage Zi Yuan replied with a deep sigh. Earlier, when our teacher's sculpture broke apart, we already knew that our teacher's soul has dissipated. My condolences. Zhang Xian knew of the deep bond between Kong Shi and his direct disciples. After having been together for so many years, the feelings they had with one another had probably transcended even that of kinship. There's nothing to grieve over. Our teacher wouldn't leave us just like that, ancient sage Zi Yuan replied. Zhang Xian was slightly surprised to hear those words. I saw his soul dissipating with my own eyes. I fear that the possibility of him returning is extremely slim. A cultivator who had lost their body could still find another body to house their soul, but if a cultivator's soul dissipated, that would really be the end of them. Yet, ancient sage Zi Yuan and the others seemed to be holding on to the hope that Kong Shi might still return somehow. In the firmament, death doesn't necessarily represent the end. Doesn't the netherworld pool of the sky of drifting specter hold the power to revive souls that have dissipated? Besides, the deathless monarch died decades ago, but he has also returned from his death, isn't that so? Ancient sage Zi Yuan said. This. Zhang Xian's body shuddered a little. Indeed, the netherworld pool had the ability to restore a dissipated soul through the anima of yearning, and the deathless monarch had the ability to resurrect from death. For someone like Kong Shi who possessed capabilities unmatched by anyone before him, how could he possibly not have a backup plan? He might have already found a way to come back to life. Just that, even if he comes back to life, will he still be the same person as he was? Zhang Xian asked contemplatively. The deathless monarch might have resurrected from death, but he had ended up becoming Little Chick. Even though they shared the same memories, they were no longer the same person. The same went for the netherworld pool. There was no guarantee that the restored soul would possess the same consciousness as before. He will be, ancient sage Zi Yuan replied affirmatively. How can you be so certain about it? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. It was clear that ancient sage Zi Yuan knew something about this, or else he would not have reacted in such a manner. God Monarch, can you cast an isolation barrier over this house, so as to prevent the will of the heavens from peering in? Ancient sage Zi Yuan asked. Very well. Little Chick nodded. He waved his hand and shrouded the house with his powers, isolating it from the rest of the world. After that, ancient sage Zi Yuan turned to look at Zhang Xian. Understanding ancient sage Zi Yuan's intention, Zhang Xian said with a nod, I'll give it a try. It was not enough just to isolate the house from the heavens, because Zhang Xian possessed a fragment of the heavens inside him as well. Where the library of heaven's path was, the heavens would be able to reach. This was shown by how the heavens had wrecked the Seer Guild back then despite the measures they had put in place. Zhang Xian channeled his soul energy and wrapped it around his library of heaven's path, sealing it off. Such a thing would have been impossible in the past, but now that he had comprehended a god monarch realm cultivation technique, it was well within his means to do so. All right, it's done, Zhang Xian said. Seeing that everything was in place, ancient sage Zi Yuan looked at Zhang Xian intently before asking, Zhang Shi, have you ever heard about our teacher cultivating a technique known as severing the three necrophorus? Chapter 22:37 Kong Shi's Plan. Zhang Xian shook his head and replied, I've never heard of it before. You've never heard of it before? Ancient sage Zi Yuan was slightly surprised to hear that answer. With a slight frown, he asked, Zhang Shi, you met our teacher's clone in the Azure, right? Do you notice any difference between our teacher and his clone? Difference? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before replying. To be honest, at the very start, I was unable to discern any difference at all, be it in terms of his body or soul. I would say that the greatest difference between the two of them is their personality. It was not without reason that he had been fooled by Kong Shi's clone back then. If not for the other party's attempts to kill him, he might have been fooled by the other party's facade. Humans are born with turbidity inside of them. They undergo birth, aging, illness, death, and all sorts of suffering. This leads to desire, envy, lust, greed, and all sorts of emotions consuming their mind, leading them to be fixated with inconsequential things, ancient sage Ziyuan explained. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. There was no human who was devoid of desire. Even the most selfless of saints would find it hard to transcend their desires. Zhang Xian was filled with many desires as well. He desired to love and to be loved. He desired to be understood. He desired to eat delicious food. He desired to be strong. These were powerful desires that drove him. Severing the three necrophoros is a technique that severs one's unnecessary fixations and malevolent intent, thus returning purity to one's mind and body, ancient sage Ziyuan replied. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's body stiffened up a little. Was that for real? If this was true, the technique would really be frighteningly formidable. We have practiced the technique as well. Back when we were on the Master-Teacher continent, we severed our three necrophoros and used them to seal off the passageway between the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent, ancient sage Ziyuan replied. I see. So those were your necrophoros. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. He had wondered how they were all still around despite having seen their corpses back on the Master-Teacher continent. It turned out to be a side effect of a technique that they had been practicing. The necrophoros that was severed from one's body would appear to be no different from one's real body, such that it was nigh impossible to tell the difference. The similarity was so great that it could fool even the heavens. Indeed, back while he was on the Master-Teacher continent, our teacher severed his benevolent necrophoros and forged it into the great codex of spring and autumn. In the Azure, he severed his malevolent necrophoros and sealed it in the ethereal hall, which turned into the clone that you met. If I'm not mistaken, he used the hands of God Monarch Lingxi to sever his ego necrophoros, ancient sage Ziyuan explained. Benevolent necrophoros, malevolent necrophoros, and ego necrophoros? Only through severing persisting thoughts of good and evil and overcoming one's sense of self will one be able to transcend one's fixations, ancient sage Ziyuan explained. Our teacher was born with a fragment of the heavens within him, and every time he used it, a sliver of gray energy would be left within his body. This gray energy was fused together with his body and his soul, making it impossible to remove it. So, he devised the technique, severing the three necrophoros, in order to free himself of the gray energy in order to achieve true liberation. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. That would explain why Kong Shi had been able to remain composed right from the start. It seemed like everything, from the start of the battle to his resignation in the end, had gone according to his plan. Through using Luo Ruoxin's strength to sever his ego necrophoros, he would be giving up on everything that he had been persistently holding onto thus far. As a result, he would be freed from the mark that the heavens had left on him, allowing him to achieve true transcendence. As expected of the world's teacher, he was decisive in his actions, and he had everything in his grasp. Zhang Xian looked at his own body and saw that the gray energy within his body had grown quite a bit. It was lodged deep within his body and soul, making it impossible to remove it. Even with his pathos of heaven, he was unable to do anything about the gray energy within him. In order to successfully sever the three necrophoros, one has to fool the heavens first. As such, other than our teachers and a few of us, there is practically no one who knows of this technique. Our teacher has also never imparted it to anyone else. Furthermore, once this technique has been used, the heavens will automatically repair the flaws accordingly, making it impossible to use it a second time. It's probably for this reason that our teacher didn't impart it to you, ancient sage Ziyuan explained. Zhang Xian nodded in response. As someone who possessed a fragment of the heavens as well, he could understand that much. In order to be freed from the shackles of the heavens, one would have to first learn how to fool the heavens. Zhang Xian would eventually have to find a way to free himself from the shackles of the heavens as well, but Kong Shi's method would not work for him. After all, after the precedents from Kong Shi, the heavens would surely be guarded against it a second time. If he dared attempt it, he might just end up being obliterated by the heavens in the process of doing so. Zhang Shi, our teacher has discussed your matters with us before. He says that just like him, You have to find a way to transcend the heavens. Even though it is a different route from what he took, it seems like both he and God Monarch Lingxi have already prepared a way out for you. Ancient sage Ziyuan said. Prepared a way out for me? Zhang Xian was astonished. This was the first he had heard about this. Our teacher didn't tell us what God Monarch Lingxi's plan is, but I do know about what our teacher has left for you. For one, the Deathless Monarch is something our teacher prepared specifically for you. Ancient sage Ziyuan said. This? Zhang Xian was stunned. He had thought about this before. If Little Chick had descended to the Master-Teacher continent together with the otherworldly demons after his demise, he would have been in the otherworldly battlefield instead of being on a mountain range on the Master-Teacher continent. And it seemed like he was right after all. It was an intentional move on Kong Shi's part, but he did not realize that the latter had prepared it for him. Thinking deeper into the matter, a unique trait of Little Chick was his ability to resurrect from death. After absorbing his blood at the Lucid Lunar Lake, he had gained a portion of his resurrection ability as well. If he lost his life somehow, there was a chance that he might be able to come back to life after the passing of innumerable years. Just that. So what if he came back to life? There was a good chance that another consciousness would arise out of him, and he would become another person altogether. Putting everything aside, even though his clone originated from the same soul as him, his clone was a compulsive braggart, very different from the humble and low-profile person he was. In other words, just because two beings originated from the same soul did not mean that they were identical existences. Their consciousness could vastly differ from one another, making them distinct individuals. The hand that Kong Shi had left behind only guaranteed his return to life, but it was not enough to preserve his consciousness. If that was the case, what was the hand that Luo Ruoxin had prepared for him? Zhang Xian could not help but fall into deep thought. Two objects surfaced in his mind. First, the disguise amulet that allowed him to alter even his bloodline. It was an artifact that was more formidable than he had initially thought. It could actually fool even conferred god kings. However, it did not seem to have anything that had to do with the heavens. Is it the crimson pendant then? There was a droplet of blood within the pendant that carried powers that he could not comprehend. This pendant had proven to have the ability to restore composure into his consciousness whenever his mind fell into disarray. The first time it happened was when he suddenly realized that the Heaven's Path Divine Art was not as perfect as he thought after entering the Azure. That had nearly caused his cultivation to go berserk, but the pendant had managed to calm down the chaos within him. The second time was when he doubted the existence of the pathos of heaven a moment ago. Both times, it had shaken his consciousness awake during a critical moment. Given so, was it possible that it had the ability to retain his consciousness even after he resurrected from death? But that did not make sense either. Luo Ruoxin was the one who had given him this pendant. So if she already knew this much, what was she still worried about? If they could both survive the war of the heavens through such a method, everything was good, was it not? Chapter 2238 The Origin of Laoshi : I guess, I can only ask her directly. Zhang Xian shook his head. On the surface, the strongest expert in the firmament appeared to be none other than Luo Ruoxin. Yet, for some reason, he felt like they were being pushed forward by a pair of invisible hands, shoving them inside a vortex of turmoil. Is it possible for you to impart the severing of 3 necrophorus to me? Zhang Xian asked. Regardless of whether he could free himself from the restraints of the heavens, this technique would still grant him 3 additional lives, thus providing him with far greater means to protect himself. Furthermore, he could also sever his benevolent necrophorus, malevolent necrophorus, and ego necrophorus. That would make it easier for him to cultivate in the future. In order to deceive the heavens, it was important that we did not retain memories of it in our head. Otherwise, the heavens would still be able to peer through it. We learned and cultivated the technique in the spatial turbulence while we were leaving the Master-Teacher continent, and after we were done with it, we erased it from our memories. Not even our teacher retained it in his mind. So I'm afraid that we don't have it with us, ancient sage Ziyuan said with an awkward smile. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed deeply. He suddenly thought of something and asked, this technique was created by Kong Shi, right? But doesn't that mean that he knew that there would be others who would compete with him over the fragments of the heavens? This was something that really intrigued him. Even as he left the master-teacher continent, he had still known almost nothing about the fragments of the heavens and the War of the Heavens. He had still been very reliant on the Library of Heaven's path. Everything should only come together after they reached the firmament, where the War of the Heavens was truly held. So, was it not extremely bizarre that Kong Shi had already started preparing for it while he was still on the master-teacher continent? Or could this mean that the Heaven's Order granted him the power to foresee the future? As wise and talented as our teacher is, he isn't omniscient. He only came to know all of this because of someone else's guidance, ancient sage Ziyuan said. Zhang Xian nodded silently. Kong Shi's accomplishments on the master-teacher continent were simply too spectacular, such that it was hard to believe that someone could actually achieve so much on his own. It was indeed too good to be true. All humans would have to acquire their knowledge from something or someone. Even someone as talented as Kong Shi required someone else's guidance for his cultivation. It was just like how, despite having the Library of Heaven's path, he still needed Kong Shi's guidance from time to point the way for him. That technique was imparted to us by our grand teacher, ancient sage Ziyuan added. Grand teacher? Zhang Xian was perplexed. He had not heard of Kong Shi having a teacher before. A long time ago on the master-teacher continent, we respectfully addressed those who imparted knowledge to another as Shi, ancient sage Ziyuan said. It was only after the appearance of our grand teacher that we began to address teachers as Lao Shi. Zhang Xian was utterly confused. Why was he unable to understand what ancient sage Ziyuan was saying? It's similar to how people address you as Zhang Shi, how you address our teacher as Kong Shi, and how others address me as Yen Shi. We usually use one surname with the character Shi in order to respectfully address a teacher. The term Lao Shi is how our teacher initially addressed his teacher, and the rest of us eventually came to use the term as well. The term eventually came to be what it is now, ancient sage Ziyuan explained. Zhang Xian was stunned for a long while before it suddenly struck him. With a doubtful look on his face, he asked, "Do you mean to say that your grand teacher's surname is Lao?" It's for that reason that Kong Shi addressed him as Lao Shi, and it eventually came to be the Lao Shi that we know? Indeed. Ancient sage Ziyuan nodded. There's actually someone who goes by the surname of Lao. Zhang Xian was speechless for a while. Then, with an intrigued look on his face, he asked, if your grand teacher was able to impart such a formidable technique to Kong Shi, he should be quite a formidable individual, right? But why have I never heard of him before? He was well versed in the history of the master-teacher continent, and he even had Vicious, a relic of the ancient era, with him. Yet, they had never heard of this formidable expert who went by the surname of Lao. According to what our teacher said, our grand teacher was only on the master-teacher continent for a very short period of time before leaving on a green ox. Our teacher doesn't know where he went after that, and neither do we. I see. It seemed like he could only ask Kong Shi about it after he came back to life. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian looked at the crowd in front of him and asked, "By the way, do you happen to have any pinnacle god essence pills or other medicinal herbs that I can use to raise my cultivation?" His soul cultivation had already reached conferred God King realm pinnacle, and his physical body and zhenqi cultivation were lagging behind. He had already figured out a plan for his physical body. With the revival of the Deathless Monarch, he would be able to use the Deathless Lava Reservoir in order to temper his physical body. As for his zhenqi cultivation, he had already comprehended a God Monarch realm cultivation technique. The only things he was lacking were pills and medicinal herbs to refine his zhenqi. As long as he had sufficient spiritual energy, he would be able to raise his zhenqi cultivation to God King realm pinnacle or even push for a breakthrough to God Monarch. However, the problem was that pinnacle God essence pills were incredibly rare. Even an apothecary as skilled as Fu Jiangchen did not have many of them in his possession. So, he was thinking that Kong Shi might have accumulated a stockpile over the years that he could use. Our teacher forged several pinnacle God essence pills back then. We have eaten quite a few of them over the years to raise our cultivation, so I think there should be around a few hundred of them left at the moment. Let me go get them for you, ancient sage Ziyuan said with a smile before walking out of the room. A few hundred of them? Zhang Xian's lips twitched. As expected of Kong Shi, he sure was wealthy. Not long later, ancient sage Zi Yuan returned with a sack, and he threw it over to Zhang Xian casually. They should all be in there. Zhang Xian opened the sack, and there were indeed many god essence pills in there. All in all, there seemed to be a few hundred of them in there. Do you all really store your god essence pills like that? Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched a little. Nearly all cultivators in the firmament stored their god essence pills in jade containers or jade bottles in order to protect them. Yet ancient sage Zi Yuan and the others actually just tossed them into a gunny sack as if they were trash. Zhang Xian could not help but wonder if the pills inside were authentic. So, he took one out and swallowed it whole. Gugaga. A burst of spiritual energy immediately gushed into his meridians. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian popped a second one into his mouth, then a third one. Is that how you eat pills? Ancient sage Zi Yuan's mouth opened agape. They did have quite a lot of pills in their inventory, but they were pinnacle god essence pills. Even as a conferred god king, he would have to take quite a while to assimilate its energy, but the other party simply threw them into his mouth as if he was eating candy. No wonder you are always short on pills. As he watched the young man, speechless, the latter's cultivation began to rise swiftly. God King Realm Intermediate Stage. God King Realm Advanced Stage. In a few moments, his cultivation reached God King Realm Pinnacle before slowly coming to a halt. What a pity. Pinnacle God Essence pills aren't useful for me anymore, Zhang Xian remarked lamentably. Pinnacle God Essence pills were usually effective even for most conferred God Kings, but due to the unique nature of the pathos of heaven, the requirement on the purity of spiritual energy that he absorbed was extremely high. The purity of the Pinnacle God Essence pills only sufficed for him to reach God King Realm Pinnacle. Beyond this point, no matter how many of them he ate, he would not be able to push his cultivation any higher. It's fortunate that they are no longer effective for you, or else you might really have depleted our entire inventory, ancient sage Zi Yuan remarked helplessly. Lowering his head, Zhang Xian noted that the pills in the gunny sack had already dropped by half. Chuckling awkwardly, he scratched his head and said, "Ha ha ha, the pills that Kong Shi forged are simply too delicious. They even come in different fruity flavors, pineapple, apple, grape. I got a little addicted and ended up eating more than I needed to." Ancient Sage Zi Yuan. A 1. Lao means old. Chapter 2239 The Flood of Spiritual Energy is here. Having come this far with Kong Shi, ancient sage Zi Yuan could be considered a person who had braved many storms. There were very few things in the world that could shake him. But when it came to Pinnacle God Essence pills, even for them, they would need at least 1 or 2 months to assimilate the massive amount of spiritual energy harnessed within them. Yet, the young man swallowed 100 of them in a single sitting without any rest. Not only was he fine, he even gave some feedback on the taste of the pills. The hell? Was that even the main point? Ancient sage Zi Yuan and the others suddenly did not feel like talking to the young man. That thing inside your body must not a stomach but a black hole. While ancient sage Zi Yuan was still feeling exasperated by the situation, he noticed that the young man was staring at him intently. Other than Pinnacle God Essence pills, do you have any other pills that taste? I mean, harness purer spiritual energy, such as Pill Kings or something? If you do, I am willing to buy them from you. I'll make sure to compensate you properly after I successfully become a god monarch. We don't have anything better than that, ancient sage Zi Yuan replied with a shake of his head. His teacher had told them to treat Zhang Xian as their leader, so naturally, the young man had the rights to access their pills. It was just that they had nothing more potent than Pinnacle God Essence pills with them. Back then, Kong Shi would have needed a great amount of spiritual energy in order to make a breakthrough, too. How did he manage to acquire the massive amount of spiritual energy that was required? Zhang Xian asked curiously. He could imagine that Kong Shi would have been in the same position as he currently was. Relying on just Pinnacle God Essence pills would only bring his cultivation to God King Realm Pinnacle. If so, what did Kong Shi make use of in order to become a god monarch? He managed to become a god monarch through the flood of spiritual energy, ancient sage Zi Yuan replied. It's a phenomenon that occurs once every decade, and each time, It brings all sorts of treasures into the world along with it. It was in the flood of spiritual energy 40 years ago that we and our teacher grew swiftly to our current levels. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. He had long heard of the flood of spiritual energy, but he was unsure about the details surrounding it. But just by looking at the sheer number of conferred god kings and god kings that had died in the previous floods of spiritual energy, it was not too difficult to deduce that there were amazing treasures that one could procure from it. In fact, some of the things were at the level where even god monarchs would lose their rationality over them. Otherwise, they would not have gone to the extent of taking away his direct disciples. That only showed how highly they valued the flood of spiritual energy. How long is there before the next flood of spiritual energy? The phenomenon happens once every decade, but it's impossible to estimate the exact date. Sometimes it comes a bit late. Sometimes it comes a little early. Going by past estimates, there should be still another half a year before the flood of spiritual energy arrived. However, the earlier world conferment has shaken things up quite a bit. So I would say that there's a good chance that the fifth flood of spiritual energy will be happening very soon, ancient sage Ziyuan said as he gazed into the sky. The earlier world conferment had caused the spiritual energy all over the firmament to congregate together and linger in the air. Such conditions could easily induce an earlier arrival of the flood of spiritual energy. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing those words. Since the pinnacle god essence pills were useless to him, it seemed like he would have to wait for the next flood of spiritual energy to try to obtain even more potent medicinal herbs in order to make a breakthrough. For the next 2 days, Zhang Xian remained on the mountain, devoting most of his time to looking through Kong Shi's book collection. After that, he bade farewell and took his leave. What was lagging behind was his physical body cultivation. Little Chick had told him that he could repair the deathless lava reservoir swiftly once they returned to the sky of spirit origin. So Zhang Xian felt that it would be best to get it over and done with. With Little Chick around, there was no need for him to use the Great Displacement teleportation formation. They could just rip through space to go wherever they wanted. A few breaths later, he, Luo Chi-Chi, and Little Chick arrived back in the sky of spirit origin. Your sovereignty, congratulations on your return. Standing right in front of Spirit God Palace were Firefeather conferred God King and the others. They seemed to have already heard of the news, so they had chosen to stand there and wait for Little Chick's return. Prepare some pills that are rich in spiritual energy for me. I need as many of them as possible, Little Chick said with a wave of his hand. Yes. The Firefeather conferred God King and the others quickly got to action. 2 hours later, they returned with many invaluable medicinal herbs in hand. There was no way they would dare hold back when they had received a direct order from their god monarch. So, they practically brought every precious medicinal herb that was in their vault over to present to Little Chick. Looking at the incredible array of medicinal herbs before him, Zhang Xian was stupefied. He was utterly flabbergasted by just how rich these conferred god-king clans were. Even though there were no notable medicinal herbs that could help him advance his cultivation, what they had was more than enough to forge several hundred pinnacle god essence pills. Gathering all the medicinal herbs together, Little Chick led Zhang Xian into Spirit God Palace, and soon, they arrived before a pool of lava. As the lava rumbled, an intense heat wave would burst forth. With a wave of Little Chick's hand, the medicinal herbs scattered in the air above the lava pool. They swiftly burst into spiritual energy before surging right into the lava pool. Chill. With the massive influx of spiritual energy, the searing lava swiftly morphed into a magnificent phoenix of massive proportions, towering over the entire pool. Little Chick slit his finger and dripped a few droplets of his blood essence into the lava pool. Xiong xiong. The phoenix grew even larger as a result of the infusion of the blood essence. Not only so, it began to emanate the unique aura of a god monarch, creating great pressure on those that stood in the vicinity. Young master, I have finished preparing the deathless lava reservoir. You can enter now, Little Chick said with a smile. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian quickly walked into the lava pool. Tzzzzzz. As soon as he entered the lava pool, he could sense concentrated energy streaming into his body through his acupoints, flowing through his meridians and revitalizing his body. Zhang Xian quickly sat down in the middle of the pool and focused his attention on absorbing the energy. Just like that, his physical body grew at a rapid pace. God King Realm Primary Stage. God King Realm Intermediate Stage. God King Realm Advanced Stage. Conferred God King Realm Pinnacle. For hours later, the energy within the lava pool finally receded. At the same time, Zhang Xian also concluded his cultivation. In terms of the sheer strength of my physical body, I am already comparable to a conferred God King Realm Pinnacle cultivator, Zhang Xian muttered with gleaming eyes. His physical body had made great advancements within the past 4 hours, advancing all the way from God King Realm Primary Stage to conferred God King Realm Pinnacle. Using just his physical body, he was already able to put up a fight against conferred God King Realm Pinnacle cultivators and easily triumph over them. And his strongest trump card at the moment was still not his physical body but his soul cultivation. As a conferred king of the 9 skies, looking at it just in terms of soul cultivation, even 9 conferred god kings of the same tier would not be able to withstand his might. After he was done cultivating, he released his clone to allow him to cultivate as well. Soon enough, the latter's cultivation reached conferred God King Realm Pinnacle, too. As for Vicious, due to his slow rate of cultivation, it was unlikely that he would be able to grow too quickly. So, Zhang Xian kept him sealed within the Book of Heaven's path. With this, his cultivation had finally reached its bottleneck. Until the flood of spiritual energy arrived, it was unlikely that he would be able to raise his Zhenqi cultivation any further. So, he decided to focus his attention on creating his sword art. But the next moment, Little Chick suddenly appeared before him and said, "Young master, the Cloud Dragon Monarch has invited the other 8 God Monarchs to head to the Flooding Sea." Flooding Sea? Yes. It's the area where the flood of spiritual energy originates. Even though the phenomenon will swiftly encompass the entire firmament, the most valuable of items will only be found within the Flooding Sea. Little Chick said, "Is the flood of spiritual energy going to happen soon?" Zhang Xian asked. "Based on the new estimates, it will likely occur within the next 2 days." Little Chick nodded. That's why the Cloud Dragon Monarch invited the other God Monarchs over in order to make preparations for it. "Let's go then," Zhang Xian said as he rose to his feet. The flood of spiritual energy was finally happening. Perhaps he could make use of this opportunity to raise his cultivation to conferred God King, or even God Monarch. Chapter 22, 40 Flooding Sea. The Flooding Sea is a region where only those whose cultivation is beneath God Monarch can enter. For that reason, we usually observe from the outside. Once the area opens, the 9 skies will dispatch the conferred God Kings and God Kings under their command to head in and gather treasures. Under such circumstances, killing and plundering from one another is inevitable, so there are many casualties every single time. As for how many treasures each sky manages to collect, unless the God Monarch announces the result, no one will know. After recovering his strength, it did not take long for Little Chick to learn all about the flood of spiritual energy from the reports of his subordinates. "Young master, I hope that you can enter as a God King of our sky of spirit origin and protect my juniors from harm. Of course, if it's not convenient for you, you don't need to bother about it. I'll try my best to protect them if I see any of them coming to harm," Zhang Xian replied with a nod. Since the Fire Feather conferred God King and the others were juniors of Little Chick, they could also be considered his juniors. If they faced any danger in the Flooding Sea, it was only right for him, as a senior, to help them out. This is an insignia representing our sky of spirit origin. By wearing it on your chest when you enter the Flooding Sea, others will know which power you are from. Based on that, they will decide whether they should collaborate with you or fight against you," Little Chick said as he passed an insignia over. Zhang Xian took the insignia and pinned it on his chest. On top of the respective factions of the 9 God Monarchs, there would also be unaffiliated cultivators entering the Flooding Sea in the hope of obtaining more resources. This insignia would prevent others from mistaking him as an unaffiliated cultivator, thus reducing the danger for him. Even though the Flooding Sea was generally viewed as a lawless zone, individuals would still have to think twice before killing the subordinate of a God Monarch. The flood of spiritual energy grows stronger every single time, and the treasures that appear become more and more formidable, Little Chick said. In fact, last time, there was an object that was useful even for the god monarchs. Due to that, the Heaven Subjugation Monarch was able to reach a level comparable to God Monarch Lingxi within just 40 years. I heard that the other god monarchs have nurtured quite a few experts for the flood of spiritual energy this time. They even resorted to using the space-time mirror to distort temporal laws so that they would have ample time to cultivate. The battle this time around will likely be even more difficult than before. Young master, you must be careful. He had heard that the god monarchs had been focusing their efforts on nurturing a new generation of conferred god kings over the past month. As for the names and abilities of those conferred god kings, he had not had time to look into it just yet. However, given that their rivals were well prepared, they would have to make sure to proceed carefully to make up for their disadvantage. It was true that Zhang Xian was practically matchless against opponents beneath god monarchs, but there was a good chance that the enemies would gang up on him. If he came under the encirclement of dozens of conferred god kings with all sorts of artifacts and formations thrown at him, even he would be placed in a perilous position. Furthermore, it was rumored that the flood of spiritual energy contained many natural traps that could threaten even a god monarch. Knowing that Little Chick was advising him out of goodwill, Zhang Xian accepted his advice with a nod. The three of them quickly tore through space to head over to the flooding sea. The flooding sea was located at the edge of the world. When Zhang Xian saw the scenery before him after walking out of the dimension rift, he was unable to speak for a long while. Near the edge of the blue sky above him, there was a massive, enigmatic hole that appeared to lead to some unfathomable location. The violent energies within the fissure had been sealed by a light barrier. However, the light barrier was extremely thin. It looked as if it would collapse at any moment now. Little Chick looked at the pitch-black fissure in the sky with a fearful look on his face as he explained, 40 years ago, that black fissure suddenly appeared in the midst of the sky, and like a deflated balloon, the spiritual energy within the firmament began to gush outward. This resulted in what we've come to know as the receding of spiritual energy. Why would the fissure suddenly appear? And who was the one who killed you back then? Zhang Xian asked. He had been puzzled by this question for a long while. Just who in the world had the ability to kill the deathless monarch? Except for other god monarchs, there should have been no one who had the ability to kill the deathless monarch. What in the world happened 40 years ago that led to his demise? Could it have something to do with this fissure that had appeared out of nowhere? Thinking about it, Kong Shi had also appeared in the world roughly 40,000 years ago on the Master-Teacher continent, which equated to around 40 years ago in the firmament. The fissure in the firmament sky and Kong Shi obtaining heaven's order. Could there be a link between the two? I seem to have lost all memories regarding my death. I have already regained my cultivation, but somehow, I simply can't recall that event. However, my intuition tells me that it has something to do with the fissure over there. Little Chick replied grimly. You have lost your memories? Zhang Xian was taken aback. In the entire firmament, other than Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi, there did not seem to be anyone who wielded the ability to erase a god monarch's memory. No, it's not god monarch Lingxi or Kong Shi. Little Chick overthrew Zhang Xian's thoughts. When the fissure first appeared, Kong Shi was still on the Master-Teacher continent, and he had just been born. On the other hand, god monarch Lingxi was busy trying to seal off the fissure to prevent spiritual energy from leaking. She had to inform the other skies and construct a grand formation to repair the damage. She wouldn't have had the time nor the energy to make a move on me. Seal off the fissure? Are you saying that the seal on the fissure was created by Ruoxin? Zhang Xian asked. Yes, that's right. Little Chick replied. As he had died shortly after the fissure appeared, he was unaware of many things that had happened over the past 40 years. However, he still had subordinates that would report to him about the aftermath of that incident. Zhang Xian frowned. It seemed like the situation was far direr than he had thought, which was also why Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi had to complete their battle then. This could be a side effect of the fragmentation of the heavens, which meant that his library of Heaven's Path had something to do with this as well. While the two of them were talking with one another, the black fissure shook and became even more glaring. A powerful burst of spiritual energy tore through the seal and began sweeping outward like a tornado. The sky darkened under the outburst of spiritual energy, dimming even the sun's glow. It felt like the black tornado was swiftly sweeping across the entire firmament. Quick inner. With a bellow, innumerable silhouettes in the area rushed into the tornado, vanishing from sight. Has the flood of spiritual energy begun? Zhang Xian asked with a grim expression. He had thought that he would still have to wait a while longer, but who could have known that everything would happen so quickly? It started. The rest of them have already entered. So, young master, you should hurry, Little Chick replied. With a raise of his hand, he was just about to send Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi in when, wait a moment. There's still one last thing that I want to ask about. Didn't you mention that the fissure has been absorbing the spiritual energy of the firmament? Why would it suddenly pour out spiritual energy during the flood of spiritual energy? Zhang Xian asked hurriedly. He could not help but feel that something was really amiss about this, and it made him feel a little unnerved. I don't know either. However, like the tides of a sea, the spiritual energy that comes out will surge back in after a period of time, and the amount of spiritual energy it releases isn't even 1/100th of what has been consumed thus far, Little Chick replied. The firmament had simply too many secrets, so even he, a god monarch, could not possibly know everything. Seeing that Little Chick did not have the answers he sought, Zhang Xian wrapped himself and Luo Qiqi within his soul energy before having Little Chick send them into the flooding sea. When he opened his eyes once more, he was already standing in the middle of a barren land. His surroundings were filled with rocks and chaotic spiritual energy, and there were no plants or life forms to be seen. Chapter 22, 41 Reunion of Zhang Xian's Lineage. This is the flooding sea? Zhang Xian was a little taken aback. He had thought that the core of the flood of spiritual energy, which was powerful enough to force the 9 god monarchs into action, would be filled with concentrated spiritual energy, perhaps even to the extent where the spiritual energy would condense into water droplets. Yet, it turned out to be even more barren than the firmament. Given the extent that the other god monarchs went to preparing for the flood of spiritual energy, there must be some treasures in here. Let's just take a look around the area. After a moment of shock, Zhang Xian decided not to think about this anymore. Together with Luo Qiqi, he quickly flew toward the depths of the flooding sea. 10 minutes earlier, floating above the flooding sea were the god monarchs. It seems like it's going to start very soon, the cloud dragon monarch remarked with a glint in his eyes. Indeed. The other god monarchs nodded in agreement. Recalling the battle a few days ago, God Monarch Fuming of the Sky of Adamant Gold shook his head. All this time, I thought that the ability to become a god monarch was dependent on one's bloodline and that it was impossible to advance any further after reaching this level. However, after witnessing the fight between God Monarch Lingxi and the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, I realized that god monarchs can grow stronger as well, and there is huge room for them to do that. All this while, they had thought that they had reached their limit and could not advance any further, so they had begun to slacken. Yet, when they saw how much stronger the Heaven Subjugation Monarch was than them despite only having joined their ranks 40 years ago, they realized that they had been sorely mistaken. There was still something above them, and they needed to reach out in order to get there. God Monarch Zhuayang of the Sky of Blazing Sun laughed heartily. In the last few flood of spiritual energy, the disciples of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch have been able to claim the bulk of the treasures through their superior strength. However, without the Heaven Subjugation Monarch's help, they won't be able to enter the flooding sea anymore. With this, our chances of obtaining the treasures have greatly increased. There was a bizarre power surrounding the flooding sea that prevented god monarchs and conferred god kings from entering, but through the sheer power of the god monarchs, it was still possible for them to teleport their conferred god kings in. However, with the death of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, the conferred god kings under his command would not be able to enter the area anymore. All this while, God Monarch Zhuayang's subordinates had been suppressed by the disciples of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, and that had left him frustrated and exasperated. But now that the Heaven Subjugation Monarch had finally met his end, it was time to usher in a new era. The Acheron god Monarch harumphed. Don't forget that young fellow beside the deathless monarch that day. If he joins, it'll be hard to say who the real victor of the flood of spiritual energy will be. The conferred God King of the Nine Skies' soul cultivation far surpassed that of other conferred God Kings, making him an extremely tough foe to deal with. As formidable as he is, the only thing he has is his soul cultivation. His physical body and Jinchi cultivation are still at God King realm primary stage. As long as we bestow artifacts to protect their soul upon our descendants, there will be nothing he can do at all, God Monarch Zhuang said. How could they remain unprepared after knowing that there was such a formidable expert coming from the sky of spirit origin? If that young man had another half a year or so, there was indeed a chance that he would grow to a level far beyond the imagination of anyone else. But within a short 1 or 2 days, the most he could do was stabilize the energy that he had received from the world conferment. Under the circumstances that his physical body and Junchi cultivation remained weak, as long as their descendants were able to protect their souls, they should be able to beat the young man easily. In the end, someone who was a conferred God King just in terms of soul cultivation could not possibly hope to fight against a full-fledged conferred God King. Zhuang is right. The conferred God King of the Nine Skies might be formidable, but he hasn't reached the peak of his growth yet. The God King that I conferred not too long ago, Zhaoya, should be able to subdue him easily. God Monarch Fuming laughed heartily. The talent of the young lady whom he had devoted a lot of resources into grooming was a terrifyingly talented prodigy. Her fighting prowess was so great that she could even beat several veteran conferred God Kings with ease. Once she exerted her full strength, even the conferred God King of the Nine Skies would have no choice but to submit to her. It was impossible to borrow the power of the heavens in the flooding sea, so it did not matter whether the young man was acknowledged by the world or not. There was no way he stood a chance at all. I have heard of conferred God King Zhao Yu of the sky of adamant gold, but our conferred God King Xingyang won't pale in comparison to her at all. If the two of them get into a serious fight, I reckon that your Zhao Yu won't be a match for my Zhengyang. God Monarch Zhuang harumphed derisively. Hey, it's not as if the two of you are the only ones who managed to pick up gems, Demon Monarch Qinkuan said with a grin. Lu Chong of my sky of drifting specter might not be exceptional in fights, but if he escapes after gathering all the treasures, none of your conferred God Kings will be able to catch him. As one who specialized in soul arts, his fighting prowess was not too strong among the 9 God Monarchs. However, when it came to searching for treasures and evading enemies, there was definitely no one who could compete with him. The Acheron God Monarch chirped in as well. You lot only have a single prodigy with you, but my sky of Acheron has Yuan Tao, Dan Xiaotian, and Bai Xiaoqing. No matter how you look at it, my chances are much better than yours. My sky of Cloud Dragon also has Kong Shiyao, Lu Yang, and Zhang Zhuxiao, the Cloud Dragon Monarch added. As God Monarchs, it was inevitable that they would be incredibly proud and egotistical individuals. It had not been easy for them to find successors that they were satisfied with, so it went without saying that they had to brag a bit about it. Seeing how these God Monarchs had been kept in the dark, Fairy Ling Long could not help but snicker quietly in the depths of her heart. If your successors are so outstanding, why don't you bring them out and have them compete against one another? Sure, let's have them fight against one another to see who's the best. The Cloud Dragon Monarch nodded vehemently in agreement. Kong Shiyao, Lu Yang, and Zhang Zhuxiao, come over. Who? 2 men and a lady flew over and took their places beside the Cloud Dragon Monarch. They each emanated a sharp aura that felt as if it would rip space apart. Zhaoya, you come over as well. God Monarch Fuming beckoned with a wave of his hand. A young lady flew over. Seeing how the 2 God Monarchs had summoned their conferred God Kings over, the others also quickly called theirs over. Soon, 11 young men and women joined the God Monarchs at the flooding sea. They sure are exceptional youths. Seeing the young men and ladies before them, even though the God Monarchs did not want to admit it, the conferred God Kings nurtured by the other God Monarchs did not pale in comparison to theirs. Sighing deeply inside, just as they were about to remind their conferred God Kings to continue working hard so as to not lose to others, they saw the 11 youths clasping their fists toward one another. Senior, Junior, There were excited smiles on their faces, reminiscent of close friends who had finally reunited after a long time. Wait a moment. Senior? Junior? Other than Fairy Ling Long, the other 5 god monarchs stared at one another with widened eyes. Even with the wisdom they had accrued over countless years, they were having some difficulties trying to grasp what in the world was going on before them. I groomed you so that you can enter the flooding sea, defeat the other rivals, and bring the treasures within over to our sky. Yet, what does senior and junior mean? Does this mean that all of you actually know each other? All of a sudden, they felt a bad premonition inside, as if they had overlooked something really important. Unable to take it any longer, the Acheron god monarch asked anxiously, Yuan Tao, what is going on here? The other god monarchs also immediately pricked up their ears to hear about it. They wanted to hear what the young man had to say. Your sovereignty, allow me to introduce everyone to you. Zhaoya over here is my first senior, Wang Ying is my second senior, Lu Yang is my third senior, Zheng Yang is my fourth senior, I am ranked 5th, Lu Chong is my 6th junior, Wei Rian is my 7th junior, Zhang Jiuxiao is my 8th junior. Yuan Tao began introducing the other youths gathered above the flooding sea to the Acheron god monarch. The Acheron god monarch, the Cloud Dragon monarch, Demon monarch Qinkuan, god monarch Shuayang, and god monarch Fuming, the geniuses we have spent such a heavy price to nurture, are actually all from the same lineage? Dear heavens, is there anyone who can tell me what is going on? Chapter 2242. For whom did we work so hard? If you are all from the same lineage, then your teacher. The Acheron god monarch felt so stifled that he really felt like fainting there and then, and the other god monarchs also had eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They had long heard from these youths that they had a teacher back when they fetched them from the celestial mountain, but which cultivator did not have a teacher? So, they did not think much of the matter at all. After all, they could not even fathom the possibility that all 11 successors of the 6 of them would actually have the same teacher. Just who in the world was their teacher? How did he manage to gather so many prodigies? Ah, our teacher is... Yuan Tao was just about to reveal the identity of their teacher when Zhaoya suddenly shot him a cold glare. Shut up. Why yes. Yuan Tao immediately sealed his mouth as cold sweat dripped down his back. Only after hearing Zhaoya's shout did he remember that their teacher was humble and low profile and hated to be in the limelight. Revealing his identity before these 6 god monarchs would go against his virtue of humility, and it would be considered an unfilial act from him. Furthermore, during this period, they had been cultivating in the space-time mirror, which resulted in them being isolated from the rest of the world. As a result, they had no idea of their teacher's current situation. There was no saying that they might be putting their teacher in a bad position by revealing his identity. Zhaoya clasped her fist and replied, Your sovereignties, pardon us, but our teacher seeks to live a quiet and peaceful life. He's little known in the firmament, and he wishes to remain as such. As his disciple, we don't dare reveal his identity without his permission, so I beg for your understanding. To be able to groom so many outstanding disciples, your teacher must be an outstanding individual, God Monarch Acheron said, but halfway through his words, the spiritual energy around them suddenly grew chaotic. The flood of spiritual energy was beginning. Since all of you belong to the same lineage, it would be too cruel to ask you to fight against one another. Let's do it this way instead. The treasures will belong to whoever obtains them first, and no snatching is allowed. Even though they were caught off guard by this turn of events, what had already happened. If they were not going to compete by strength, they could only compete based on luck. Right before everyone was going to enter the flooding sea, the Cloud Dragon Emperor suddenly said, Many dangers lurk in the flooding sea. You might be our successors, but you still need to be careful. Zhaoya and the others turned their eyes over. Over in the sky of spirit origin, there is a young man around your age. Due to his exceptional talent, he has managed to receive the world conferment to become the conferred God King of the 9 skies, the Cloud Dragon Monarch said. If you encounter him, make sure to protect your soul well. He possesses exceptional soul cultivation, so it would be best for you to suppress him through physical means. Indeed, You are all from the same lineage, right? If it comes down to it, it might be better for all of you to stay together. That will lower the danger considerably, God Monarch Shuang added. He might have said that his conferred God Kings did not fear Zhang Xian, but truthfully, he did not really mean it. The conferred God King of the Nine Skies. This was a title that only the Heaven Subjugation Monarch had obtained in the whole history of the firmament, and his fighting prowess was there for everyone to see. They were not confident of having their conferred God Kings moving independently, but if all 11 of them made a move simultaneously, even if that conferred God King of the Nine Skies cultivated his physical body and Zhenqi cultivation to the highest level, he would still be no match for all of them. Rest assured, we'll look out for one another. No matter who the conferred God King of the Nine Skies is, if he dares court trouble, we'll make sure to return the favor to him. Zhao replied with a nod. As kin from the same lineage, they needed to take care of one another. That was how their teacher had taught them. They could not let him down. Good. Go in then. Hearing those words, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. The Cloud Dragon Monarch, God Monarch Shuayang, God Monarch Fuming, and the others tore apart the space before them to send their respective conferred God Kings into the flooding sea. Ha ha ha. After everyone entered the flooding sea, Fairy Linglong was finally unable to restrain herself any further and burst into laughter. Linglong, what are you so happy about? The Cloud Dragon Monarch asked. Well, it's just that I thought of something that is really interesting, so I couldn't stop myself from chuckling. Fairy Linglong replied as her eyes curved into beautiful crescent moons. Do you something? Tell us, and we can discuss it together, the Acheron God Monarch said. Are you sure you want to hear it? Fairy Linglong asked with a glint in her eyes. The crowd nodded. Of course. Well, I guess it should be fine to tell you about this. Fairy Linglong muttered before chuckling to herself softly. Then, she raised her head and said, Aren't you worried that Zhang Xian might obtain innumerable treasures in the flood of spiritual energy and become the next heaven subjugation monarch? Well, there was no one who replied to Fairy Linglong's question. None of them would admit it, but they were indeed worried about Zhang Xian's growth. Dealing with one heaven subjugation monarch was enough. They did not want to witness the rise of another one. If they were challenged and defeated one after another once more, just as the heaven subjugation monarch had done, their egos would not be able to take it. Thinking about everything that had happened over the course of the past 40 years, they felt so incredibly indignant. Do you hope that the successors you have groomed will defeat Zhang Xian and bring the treasures of the flooding sea over to you, so that you can overcome your current bottlenecks? Fairy Linglong asked once more. God Monarch Shuayang lost his patience and harumphed coldly. Linglong, just what are you trying to get at? We all saw the battle 2 days ago, and I don't believe that you weren't moved by what you have seen. They might be God Monarchs, but they, too, wish to be stronger. It was their previous negligence during the flood of spiritual energy that brought about the swift rise of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, and they were not ready to allow the rise of the second one. It was for this reason that they had nurtured their own batch of experts. Just get straight to the point. God Monarch Fuming harumphed impatiently. Is there any point in you playing such games with us? The Cloud Dragon Monarch was also swiftly losing his patience. I was about to get to the point. Just thinking about how they would react to the news made Fairy Linglong chuckle beneath her breath once again. Seeing how she had managed to build up the mood to the climax, she finally embarked on the grand reveal. Aren't you curious who Zhao, Zhengyang, and the others' teacher is? It just so happens that I know who he is. Who is? Halfway through his words, the face of a person suddenly surfaced in Demon Monarch Qinkuan's mind. His body stiffened as he asked warily, could it be that? Indeed, it's the person you have been worrying about all along. Zhang Xian. Fairy Linglong said gleefully. After becoming God Monarchs, there were very few things that could faze them. This was the first time she had seen such a look on the faces of her old companions. And it was all because of that young man. To make things worse, the young man did not even know what he had done. There was nothing more frustrating than being infuriated with a person, but the other party did not even know what he had done. The 5 God Monarchs glanced at one another as a burst of inspiration flowed into their heads. A lot of classical poems surfaced at the top of their mind. Cities I have conquered, an acre of mine none. For whom have I been working so hard? 100 flowers I have harvested for honey, only to have it all taken away. How I resent the years I spent weaving golden threads, all to deliver a gown to your hands. God Monarch Lingxi is your girlfriend, the deathless monarch is your tamed beast, and you are the conferred God King of the 9 skies. As if that's not enough, the successors whom we have groomed with great difficulty are your disciples too. Feeling deeply suffocated, the 5 god monarchs clutched their hearts tightly. They felt like there was something strangling them. They had hoped that they could make use of the flood of spiritual energy to rise through the ranks and become as powerful as the heaven's subjugation monarch. But just like that, all their hopes had shattered. How could such a thing happen? Was there no justice in the world? Chapter 22, 43 Risk and Danger 2 in 1. There sure is a lot of good stuff here. Advancing alongside Luo Chi-Chi, within just 4 hours of flight, the treasures that he had gathered were already comparable to what he had earned in the firmament over the past month. He had been selling batch after batch of beauty pills and breakthrough pills non-stop, resulting in him accruing a great fortune. Yet, he had managed to earn the same amount within 4 hours. This was how valuable the treasures in the flooding sea were. However, that was largely due to Zhang Xian's powerful soul. Because of that, he was able to perceive his surroundings with greater clarity, and the area that his senses covered also far surpassed that of other cultivators. The other conferred god kings surely would not be able to find the treasures as efficiently as he did. Amid the barren land filled with shattered stones, there were quite a few precious medicinal herbs growing, and every stalk of them would be worth a fortune in the markets of the firmament. There were also ores, metal. By refining these items, he would be able to forge even God King realm pills and weapons. But these items aren't very useful to me. Zhang Xian shook his head. It was true that these medicinal herbs were valuable, but even pinnacle god essence pills were not of much use to him anymore. Unless he could obtain something beyond that level, he would not be able to raise his Zhenqi cultivation any further. There is land ahead. As they flew a little further, they realized that there was land ahead of them. It would be tempting to call it an island, but it seemed to cover a massive area, such that they could not see the end of it. What was different about it was that it was actually rich in spiritual energy, and lush plants thrived on the land. It could be that when the fissure appeared in the sky, even the land of the firmament was swept in as well, Zhang Xian deduced. It was due to the size of the fissure in the sky that spiritual energy escaped from it so quickly. It would not be surprising if some land had been swept in as well. Landing on the ground, Zhang Xian immediately cast his spiritual perception around him, and he could sense that there were innumerable treasures lying all around him. Ores that were rare in the firmament filled the land, and even a nearby river was made entirely out of condensed spiritual energy. There's someone over there, Zhang Xian noted. There were others who had noticed the place and landed there. Not too far away from them, there were 12 people, a conferred god king and 11 god kings, gathered closely together. They seemed to be discussing something intently with one another. The other party had noticed them as well and asked, "Friends, would you like to join us?" Zhang Shi. Luo Chi-Chi glanced over. "Let's head over." Zhang Xian nodded. They were all there for the same purpose, so there was no need for them to intentionally avoid them. Walking over, Zhang Xian realized that the only conferred god king of the group carried the insignia of the Sky of Cloud Dragon. "Friends, I am conferred god king Ao Feng of the Sky of Cloud Dragon." The conferred god king introduced himself with a clasped fist. Zhang Xian clasped his fist as well to return the greeting. "We are all here to seek our fortune, but there's only so much that we can do alone. We are weak in the face of danger. However, if we can put our strength together and look out for one another, there is a lot more that we can do," Ao Feng said. The crowd nodded in agreement. It would indeed be dangerous if they ventured alone as mere god kings. There were many dimension rifts and traps that were hard to deal with. The slightest carelessness could very well spell their death. Furthermore, they were not guarding against just the traps from nature. There were conferred god kings and god kings scouring the area to pick on easy targets. It was one thing to find treasure, but it was another thing to take it out of there safely. For this reason, Half of the God Kings and conferred God Kings who entered the flooding sea would end up losing their lives each time around. As you know, unless a God King earns the acknowledgement of a God Monarch and overcomes the trial of conferment, no matter how they cultivate, they won't be able to advance their cultivation any further. Their lifespan will be capped at 10,000 years. Once their time is up, that will be the end of them, Ao Feng said. The 11 God Kings around him could relate deeply to those words. The hurdle to becoming a conferred God King was not one that could be overcome just by cultivating diligently. There were many God Kings in the firmament that could only live in despair after realizing that there was simply no chance that they could advance any further. All of you should have received quite a few treasures from the flooding sea already, probably enough for you to push your cultivation up to God King Realm Pinnacle. But have you thought of what comes beyond that? Your lifespan won't be increased just because you have reached God King Realm Pinnacle, Ao Feng said as he slowly looked at the faces of those gathered around. The only thing that is in your way is the acknowledgement of a God Monarch. We also know that if we can earn the acknowledgement of a God Monarch and receive their pointers, we should be able to clear the trial of conferment easily and possibly become a conferred God King. But people like us don't even get the opportunity to meet the God Monarchs. So how can we earn their acknowledgement? One of the God Kings remarked with a resigned look on his face. Who did not want to earn the acknowledgement of a God Monarch, the highest existence of the firmament? But God Monarchs were lofty beings who lived a world of their own. How could it be easy to catch their eye? There was once a God King who attempted to amaze a God Monarch by putting on a grand performance, but in the end, what he received was not the acknowledgement of the God Monarch, but a slap that condemned him to death. Ever since then, all cultivators had realized that it was futile to attempt anything excessive before the God Monarchs. Through years of experience, the God Kings had realized that there were two key factors one had to meet in order to earn the acknowledgement of a God Monarch. First, one had to be sufficiently talented. Second, one had to be recommended by someone in power. Without these two in place, there was nothing they could do that would work. I wouldn't be saying all of this if I didn't have a way out for you. Seeing how he had managed to catch everyone's attention, Ao Feng said with a chuckle, the truth is that I have received an order from the Cloud Dragon Monarch. He needs a certain treasure within the flooding sea, and if you can help me acquire it, it'll surely please him greatly. I'm certain that he would be more than willing to listen to any request that you have for him. Whether you want to become his direct disciple or be conferred, it would all be within your grasp. The Cloud Dragon Monarch needs something? Really? Aren't God Monarchs the strongest existences in the world, such that there is nothing that could move them? It's hard to believe that there's something in the world that they need. Can I really take your word for it? As long as we are able to find the treasure that the Cloud Dragon Monarch needs, he'll take us in as his direct disciple and even confer us? Everyone was moved by what Ao Feng was proposing. The only thing they feared was that the God Monarchs needed nothing. As long as there was something the God Monarchs wanted, they would be able to catch their attention and please them. Then, it might really be possible for them to receive a conferment. May I know what it is that the God Monarch wants? Someone amid the crowd asked. If it was too difficult to accomplish, such that they might even have to pay their life for it, there would be no point in doing it. The reason they wanted to be conferred was to lengthen their lifespan and obtain an even higher standing. It would all be meaningless if they lost their lives. What the God Monarch wants is a set of condensed earth essence on this land. Due to the concentrated spiritual energy harnessed within it, even someone of my prowess is unable to use it. Only God Monarchs would be able to assimilate it, Ao Feng said. However, there are some phantasmagoric spirits protecting the area, so I'm unable to enter it alone. I need your help to acquire it. Phantasmagoric spirits? They're a unique life form that thrive in areas rich in spiritual energy. They don't have a physical body, and their strength is roughly at the level of a God King, making them hard to deal with. I tried entering the area earlier, but I was stopped outside. However, if we put our strength together, we should be able to overcome their defense easily. Ao Feng said. If he could obtain the condensed earth essence by himself, there was no way he would have shared it with anyone else. However, despite being a conferred God King, he had found that it was impossible for him to accomplish this task on his own. Condensed earth essence? Zhang Xin's eyes lit up. He had read about it in the books in Kong Shi's house. Condensed earth essence boasted even purer spiritual energy than pinnacle god essence pills. If he could obtain it, there was a good chance that he could push for a breakthrough in his Zhengqi cultivation to confer God King Realm Pinnacle in one shot. A God King amid the crowd asked, "How many phantasmagoric spirits are there? If it's too dangerous, I'll have to turn down your request. We would prefer to live our life peacefully in the days ahead." Live your life peacefully in the days ahead? Ao Feng sneered. Look at how the firmament has been faring in the past few decades. With the receding of spiritual energy, competition over cultivation resources is getting more and more intense. Putting aside rising to greater heights, I believe even sustaining your current level is posing to be a problem for most of you. Let me ask you one very direct question. How much longer do you think you have before your fortune runs out? The moment you run out of resources and your cultivation starts declining, what do you think your enemies who feared you in the past will do? Do you think that the powers that have backed you so far will continue to back you? Even if I don't say more, I think most of you should have already gotten my point. The crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Cultivation was like going against an upstream river. One could only either advance or regress. Even staying at the same spot would require a huge amount of cultivation resources. This was similar to how warriors had to train their bodies constantly in order to maintain their level of fitness. The firmament was facing an unprecedented shortage of resources, such that even god kings were having difficulties gathering sufficient resources to maintain their cultivation. Nearly all god kings had a massive clan backing them. Once they fell, their clans would fall apart as well. Everything that they had built up to date would fall apart. There's no way to live your life in peace in the current firmament. You either charge ahead and forge a path for yourself, or else back down all the way till there's nothing left at all. It's that simple. Even I, as a conferred god king, am not spared from such a fate. Seeing how the crowd had gone silent from his words, Ao Feng changed his tone and sighed deeply before continuing. I'll be honest with you. Just 2 days ago, there was a battle above the moon, and the Heaven Subjugation Monarch fell. What did you say? The Heaven Subjugation Monarch has died? How did he die? Could it be the fight with God Monarch Lingxi? Is it even possible for a God Monarch to die? Those words caused a huge commotion to erupt from the crowd. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxin's battle had taken place on the moon, so other than the God Monarchs and the conferred God Kings close to them, there was hardly anyone who knew of the news. The ascension of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch through the ranks had sparked the hopes of many ordinary cultivators. They felt like as long as they worked hard, it was possible for them to become spectacular existences like him. For this reason, the Heaven Subjugation Monarch was the idol of many cultivators in the firmament, a figure whom many respected and looked up to. Many of them had actually been rooting for the Heaven Subjugation Monarch's victory over God Monarch Lingxi, but who could have known that he would actually lose his life? If even a God Monarch could lose their life, as mere God Kings, the situation seemed even more desperate for them. Just like that, the 11 God Kings fell silent, and the atmosphere grew a little stifling. I'm not telling you all of this just to scare you, Ao Feng said. I am telling you that you need to become stronger in order to survive and protect your clan. The firmament before us is no longer the same peaceful firmament we knew. I won't deceive you. There's indeed some degree of danger when it comes to dealing with the phantasmagoric spirits, but as long as we put our strength together and coordinate well, I am confident that our chances of success exceed 90%. There is no better chance than this to turn things around. I have already offered you the opportunity, and it's your choice if you want to grasp it or not. We still need to think things through a little. Since that's the case, I'll offer another alternative to you all. Seeing that the crowd was still hesitating, Ao Feng added, as long as you are willing to come along with me, regardless of whether we are able to acquire the condensed earth essence or not, I'll give you a pinnacle god essence pill and owe you a favor as a token of my appreciation. Of course, I'm taking on quite some risk by making this offer, so after we receive the treasure, you need not think about receiving any reward from the God Monarch. The crowd was stunned for a moment before their eyes glowed in delight. These 11 God Kings were all unaffiliated cultivators. Some of them belonged to a sky, but they were not backed by any of the conferred god kings. As such, the cultivation resources they had on hand were relatively meager. A pinnacle god essence pill was a staggering fortune to them, and they could receive the favor of a conferred god king on top of that. These two were unconditional as long as they agreed to join the team to help him. On top of that, even though they wouldn't be able to ask a favor from the Cloud Dragon Monarch if they were to choose this alternative, it was still a good chance for them to catch the Cloud Dragon Monarch's attention and possibly win his goodwill. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem to be a bad deal to them. All right, I'll agree to it then. I agree to it too. The key difference between the two offers was that they would not have to fully commit themselves to obtaining the condensed Earth Essence. Even if they ended up retreating and the mission was a failure, they would still be entitled to the reward. This was a risk that they could afford to take. As a result, within just a minute, all 11 God Kings had already made their decisions. Seeing how he had managed to get their agreement, Ao Feng heaved a sigh of relief internally as he turned to Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi and asked, "What about the two of you?" "I'll agree to it as well." Zhang Xian nodded. The condensed Earth Essence was useful to him, so he decided to join the group first before deciding what to do afterward. "Great. With this, we have formally formed our alliance. From this point on, I have to emphasize that all of you must follow my instructions. I'll open the option for you to back out until we engage the enemy, but I don't expect you to abandon us during a critical period. As such an act could put the others at risk, I'll show no mercy against deserters, understood?" Ao Feng said. "We understand." The crowd nodded in response. "All right, let's go then." With the negotiations completed, Ao Feng led the way, and the group followed him closely. Soon enough, they arrived in the vicinity of a stream. The spiritual energy in the area was even more concentrated, and the lush greenery rose all the way into the air, blocking off the sky. Ao Feng pointed forward and said, "The phantasmagoric spirits are right ahead of us." The crowd turned their gazes over and saw white mist-like silhouettes drifting around the area. Those are plant spirits nurtured by the rich spiritual energy in the area. Zhang Xian thought in realization. He had been wondering what the heck phantasmagoric spirits were, but it turned out to be just ancient trees and grass gaining consciousness as a result of the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings. It was rather similar to what had happened to the Pill King. While these spirits appeared to possess the strength of a god king, due to their limited means, their fighting prowess was extremely weak. However, what made them difficult to deal with was the sheer numbers they came in, such that it was easy to get overwhelmed by them. Furthermore, as beings that thrived on spiritual energy, they could be said to be indestructible in areas with such concentrated spiritual energy. That made them even more of a hassle to deal with. Our goal is to obtain the condensed Earth Essence and not pit our lives against those phantasmagoric spirits, Ao Feng said. Later, I want you to attack from all directions in order to attract the attention of the phantasmagoric spirits. I'll make use of the chaos to get in, and once I obtain the condensed Earth Essence, we'll leave right away. I think it's a good idea, but what if you run away after obtaining the condensed Earth Essence without telling us? A God King said. They had only just met one another, so it was hard for them to trust each other with their lives. Indeed, if you leave us in the lurch after obtaining the condensed Earth Essence, you'll be able to avoid paying us and returning the favor. That makes it very risky for us. I don't think that the plan is feasible, another God King added. What do you suggest then? Ao Feng frowned after hearing some opposition to what he had proposed. We'll advance and retreat as one, the God King from before exclaimed. Indeed, we'll advance and retreat as one. The rest of the crowd nodded in agreement. Such a course of action will indeed make it hard for us to turn against one another, but have you considered the possibility that we might be encircled by the phantasmagoric spirits? Ao Feng said. If that happens, not only will we be unable to obtain the condensed Earth Essence, we could very well lose our lives. Chapter 22:44 Absorbing the Spirits. The crowd frowned upon hearing those words. There was some sense to what Ao Feng had said. There were a lot of phantasmagoric spirits around, and each of them possessed strength comparable to that of a god king. If they were trapped, Not only would they be unable to obtain what they wanted, their team could very well be completely wiped out. Under such circumstances, they would surely have to sacrifice someone in order to break out of the encirclement, but given that they were strangers who were united by shared interests, who would be willing to give up their life to save the others? That was clearly asking the impossible, taunting the phantasmagoric spirits and dividing their attention. This is the most viable solution we have at the moment. If you don't even trust me for that, what's the point of us working together? Ao Feng waved his hand in dissatisfaction. The crowd fell silent yet again. They might have only forged this alliance a moment ago, but if they weren't willing to trust the leader, it would be better for them to go their own ways. Why don't we practice a collaborative formation and force our way through the phantasmagoric spirits? A collaborative formation? First and foremost, the time we have in this area is severely limited. Second, it's only a matter of time before the other conferred God Kings learn of the existence of the condensed Earth essence. It will only complicate things if we spend too much time on building up a formation. Indeed, it would take at least half a month for all of us to master a collaborative formation and be in sync with one another. We don't have that much time to waste. If we had the time to do that, we'd be better off searching for other treasures around the area. We would be able to earn much more than a pinnacle god essence pill that way. The group devolved into an argument. They did not expect something that was supposed to be simple to have so many complications. At this rate, their team might just fall apart before the mission had even started. Fine, let's do this. I'll charge at the forefront, whereas the rest of you will take the flank to protect me from the attack of the phantasmagoric spirits. Is that fine? Having known that a group that was put together last minute would surely be unreliable, Ao Feng could only compromise. These God Kings were hoping to obtain treasures without taking on any risks, but how could there be such a good thing in the world? That sounds fine with me. The crowd quickly agreed to Ao Feng's new plan. By this point, Ao Feng could not be bothered to plan out any additional strategies. Taking in a deep breath, he said, "Let's get to it then." Right after saying those words, he dashed ahead. Hula, exerting the strength of a conferred God King, he flitted forth like a bolt of lightning. His hand morphed into a claw as he swiped it across the space ahead of him, jolting the phantasmagoric spirits ahead of him back into spiritual energy. "Follow me," Ao Feng bellowed. The remaining God Kings quickly followed suit. Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi stuck close to the crowd. It had to be said that Ao Feng was indeed quite powerful. He could defeat the God King realm phantasmagoric spirits with a single strike each, leaving nothing behind at all. Oh, these phantasmagoric spirits seem to be quite useful to my soul cultivation, Zhang Xian thought as he blocked off the attacks coming from the phantasmagoric spirits coming from the sides. These phantasmagoric spirits were basically spirits, similar to the beings he had enchanted. He realized that if he absorbed them, it could augment his soul cultivation quite a bit. While his soul had reached conferred God King realm pinnacle after receiving the world's conferment, he still needed to reinforce his soul cultivation quite a bit before attempting for a breakthrough to the God Monarch realm. If he could assimilate these spirits, there was a good chance that he could reinforce his soul cultivation significantly. Let me give it a try. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian tried to absorb one of the spirits that Ao Feng had shattered into his glabella. If the spirit still had consciousness, absorbing it would be equivalent to possession, making it extremely troublesome to assimilate. However, the shattered spirits had already lost their consciousness, making them pure souls, which was extremely easy for Zhang Xian to absorb. Right away, Zhang Xian could sense his soul cultivation strengthening a fair bit, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Not bad. It was fortunate that he had chosen to join the group. Even if he failed to obtain the condensed earth essence in the end, it would still have been a fruitful trip for him. With Ao Feng charging at the forefront and 13 God Kings blocking the phantasmagoric spirits by the side, there were a lot of dissipated spirits lingering in the area. Within just 10 minutes, Zhang Xian could already sense his soul growing rapidly. But unknowingly, the group also ended up falling into the encirclement of the phantasmagoric spirits, just as Ao Feng had predicted. The mountain stream was filled with plants and herbs that had lived for countless years, and the surrounding conditions were ideal for nurturing phantasmagoric spirits. As a result, there were a large number around. Despite having fought for a while, the number of phantasmagoric spirits only seemed to continue to increase. Sometime later, Zhang Xian finally stopped absorbing the spirits. Over time, the effectiveness of absorbing the spirits gradually reduced, and finally, he reached a satiated state. At this point, he would need even purer spirits in order to further advance his soul cultivation. The condensed earth essence is right ahead, Ao Feng shouted as he continued charging forward. Turning his gaze ahead, Zhang Xian saw a sphere of a milky white substance floating above a lake. It was only the size of a fist, but concentrated spiritual energy was rippling from it. The spiritual energy harnessed within the milky white substance was probably several times greater than in pinnacle god essence pills. Zhang Xian could feel the Jinqi in his body pulsating in excitement, desiring to absorb it in. It's indeed good stuff. It'll be useful for me. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Just as he had thought, if he consumed it, he should be able to push his Jinqi cultivation to conferred God King Realm Intermediate Stage or Advanced Stage easily. It was just that. He had been absorbing the spirits all this while and had not contributed much to the group. Given that Ao Feng and the other God Kings had put so much effort into this, he felt embarrassed snatching it right away from them. After all, he was a master teacher, not a burglar. In any case, there were likely more than one of those spheres of condensed earth essence lying around the area, so he would just look around the area later on. While others would have to forge a path through the phantasmagoric spirits in order to obtain the condensed earth essence, he did not have to go through so much effort. When it came down to it, he could simply draw out his soul and disguise it as a phantasmagoric spirit. This way, he should be able to easily slip through them and obtain the condensed earth essence with ease. Hong Long. As if to protect the condensed earth essence, the number of phantasmagoric spirits only continued to increase the closer they got to it. As a result, the pressure that the group was under increased exponentially. Within just a few minutes, there were 4 God Kings who had sustained severe injuries, and even Ao Feng had blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. To make matters worse, the phantasmagoric spirits had grown much stronger. All of them had reached God King Realm Pinnacle, and they charged at the group fearlessly. Furthermore, they were extremely skilled at soul offense, causing the fighting prowess and morale of the group to be significantly reduced. At this rate, we might just lose our lives here, a God King cried out. Almost everyone in the group had a grim look on their face. They had thought that with so many of them putting their strength together, they should be able to overcome the phantasmagoric spirits with ease. Who could have known that they had underestimated the difficulty of the mission? We need to back out now, or else there's no way we'll be able to escape with our lives, another God King shouted. In that instant, all the members of the group began to hesitate. Should they retreat and abandon the mission, or push on? Even though they were very close to the condensed earth essence, the pressure they faced was also growing with each passing second. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. We have already come this far. How can we give up when we are already so close to the goal? Ao Feng bellowed ferociously. Everyone, just wait here for a moment for me. I'll fetch the condensed earth essence and come right back. With a furious roar, he began running forward, and all of a sudden, he began morphing into a massive golden dragon. With imposing momentum, he charged right toward the condensed earth essence in the air. He knew that he could not reach the goal in his human form, so he had transformed back to his original body without any hesitation. Chapter 22:45 Get Moving. With the appearance of the golden dragon, the surrounding air seemed to grow thin, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings became even more viscous. Ao Feng was displaying his true might as a conferred God King of the sky of Cloud Dragon. Wong. As soon as the golden dragon appeared, innumerable spirits in the surroundings began charging frenziedly toward him, even imploding themselves in order to deal some damage to him. In an instant, layers of spatial ripples diffused into the surroundings, destabilizing the space in the vicinity. Under the relentless attacks of the phantasmagoric spirits, his resilient scales tore apart, and several glaring gashes were inflicted all over his body. His golden dragon blood dripped to the floor and crushed the rocks beneath with a sizzling sound. Who? Knowing that he was in a desperate situation, Ao Feng did not hesitate to use his dragon breath, dissipating the dozens of phantasmagoric spirits that stood in his way. That opened a temporary passageway for him to pass through. So, Ao Feng quickly made use of the opportunity to dash forward, and just as he was about to reach the condensed earth essence, a light barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking him out. It's a formation created by the phantasmagoric spirits. Ao Feng's face darkened as he felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Not only did these phantasmagoric spirits possess sentience, they were even able to collaborate with one another to set up a formation. This far exceeded his expectations. Ao Feng quickly lifted his claws to smash a hole through the light barrier. The light barrier wavered under Ao Feng's strike, but it did not shatter. Even with someone as powerful as Ao Feng exerting his full might, he was still unable to tear down the formation before him easily. I don't believe it. Ao Feng could not accept letting the condensed earth essence slip through his fingers when it was right before him. No matter what, he was determined to make the mission a success. Otherwise, once word began to spread about the dangers that lurked there, it would be difficult for him to gather a new team. In other words, he only had this one shot at success, and failure was not acceptable. However, he also knew that he did not have much time left. With every second that he was stalled there, his group members would be facing even greater pressure from the phantasmagoric spirits. Boom, boom, boom. Ao Feng swiped his claws and tail repeatedly on the light barrier, causing it to tremor non-stop. Yet, he was simply unable to break it apart. But while it was still refusing to shatter, it grew considerably thinner under his furious offense. With each strike, a fair bit of the spiritual energy that made up the light barrier diffused into the surroundings. Observing that scene, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. It's not a formation but a cocoon formed out of the purest essence extracted from innumerable phantasmagoric spirits. At first glance, it did appear to be a barrier, but based on how the energy was leaking outward with each strike, it was apparently not the case. If he was not mistaken, the reason the plants in the area were able to birth spirits was due to the presence of the condensed earth essence in the area. For this reason, the spirits viewed the condensed earth essence as their mother. In order to protect their mother, the phantasmagoric spirits extracted the essence from their spirits and accumulated it over time in order to form this protective layer of defense. In other words, the light barrier was actually an incredible tonic for him. If I absorb that, I should be able to advance my soul cultivation considerably, right? With such a thought in mind, he quickly smacked away the two phantasmagoric spirits charging at him before moving closer to the light barrier. Indeed, he could sense the spirit essence that had diffused from the light barrier lingering in the air. His soul cultivation grew significantly just by absorbing a sliver of it. This confirmed Zhang Xian's thoughts. If he could absorb all of it, he would surely be able to bring his soul cultivation to new heights. It would be foolish to miss out on such good stuff. He turned his eyes toward the light barrier, only to see the barrier being torn off layer after layer by Ao Feng's relentless attacks. The concentrated soul energy was then absorbed by the phantasmagoric spirits in the area, strengthening them. What a pity! At this rate, the pressure on their side would only continue to increase as the phantasmagoric spirits grew stronger. Besides, it was such a huge waste to give such tonics to the phantasmagoric spirits when they were hardly alive. If he could have it instead, the benefit he gained from it would be even greater than consuming the condensed earth essence. This won't do. I should just take it for myself, Zhang Xian thought as he walked over to the light barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the golden dragon in the air was still striking the light barrier relentlessly, and the rebound from striking too hard was causing its claws to bleed profusely. At the same time, the phantasmagoric spirits in the area were still attacking him from all directions, causing his injuries to pile up. It felt like he would succumb very soon and fall from the sky. Ao Feng clenched his teeth tightly as he thought, I am deeply indebted to the Cloud Dragon Monarch. The condensed earth essence is something that can allow the Cloud Dragon Monarch to further his cultivation. So no matter what, I must complete this mission. Most of the conferred god kings had received guidance from their god monarchs, and in the northern, eastern, western, and southern skies, the conferred god kings were all related by bloodline to the god monarch. This meant that their relationship ran even deeper. If the god monarch needed something, even if it was at the cost of their life, they would still find it for them. Ao Feng continued to attack frenziedly, but the stronger his strikes were, the greater the rebound was. It did not take long for his body to be nearly completely tattered, and it looked as if he was on the verge of collapsing. Ao Feng knew that he had reached the limit of his body, and if he pushed on like that, he would die before he could lay his hands on the condensed earth essence. Feeling utterly helpless, he was just about to give the order to retreat when he saw a young man standing in front of the light barrier that he had been hitting a moment ago. With a gleeful smile on his face, the young man started to absorb the diffused energy of the light barrier. Lowering his dragon head, Ao Feng soon recognized who the young man was. It was one of the last two god kings whom he had recruited. "Pay no heed to me. You can continue if you want. I'll just absorb a bit before leaving," the young man said with a friendly wave of his hand. Ao Feng nearly blacked out. "Bro, I nearly got killed by the phantasmagoric spirits while trying to get to this light barrier. Even now, my body is still bleeding profusely. How did you get here without the slightest crease on your clothes? You are even in the mood to smile and wave at me. Damn it, I am already dying. If you had such capabilities, why didn't you just use them earlier?" Ao Feng glared at the young man with an aggrieved look, only to see the young man completely focused on absorbing the energy scattered all around. He was so focused that a small tornado of energy started to form around his body. Two of the largest phantasmagoric spirits in the area sensed that the source of their strength was being absorbed by the young man, and they began charging over while screeching in fury. "Be careful," Ao Feng shouted out. But before the phantasmagoric spirits could get close, the young man waved his hand casually. Pong, pong. With two dull thuds, the phantasmagoric spirits were reduced to dust before being absorbed by the young man as well. The young man suddenly raised his head once more to look at Ao Feng once more, and he said in an earnest tone, "There's no need to be bothered by me. You can continue scratching at the light barrier. It's already very thin now. If you hurry, you should be able to break it within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Ao Feng spurted a mouthful of blood. He had been thinking that he could break it soon, but in the end, 10 minutes? Despite putting his life on the line and attacking desperately, he had not even ground away a tenth of the light barrier? What the hell? Was this even possible to break apart? While wallowing in his sorrow, Ao Feng lowered his head once more, only to see that the young man had finished devouring all the energy lingering in the area. Seeing that there was nothing anymore, the young man raised his head to direct a dissatisfied look in his direction, asking, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Get moving." Without any thought, Ao Feng's claws began striking the light barrier once more, causing its energy to scatter in the surroundings. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention back to absorbing the spirit essence around him. Chapter 22, 46 Exasperation. Absorbing the spirit essence contained within the light barrier, Zhang Xian's soul became stronger and stronger. At the same time, his control over his soul energy grew more refined. It did not take long for his soul cultivation to reach satiation once more. However, there was nothing to worry about. With a thought, he redirected the spirit essence toward his clone, strengthening its soul. He soon absorbed everything that could be absorbed. Raising his head once more, he saw Ao Feng floating in the air with a bloodied body like a slain dragon. It felt like the other party had really used up all his strength. He did not look as imposing as he did before. "I have a pill here that can heal your stamina. Eat it." With a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian threw a pill over to Ao Feng. If the other party really fainted, he would not be able to absorb the spirit essence around peacefully anymore. Besides, given how much he had absorbed earlier, it was only right for him to repay the favor. "My injuries are too severe. Ordinary pills won't work," Ao Feng said with a bitter smile. Even Pinnacle God Essence pills were not of much use to him, let alone some low-tier pills. Given the extent of his injuries, He would require at least a purer dragon bloodline in order to recover. Just give it a try, Zhang Xian said with a smile. He had infused his pathos of heaven Jinqi and a bit of little chick's blood into the high-tier god essence pill he had flicked over. That should be more than enough to heal up ordinary injuries. Seeing the young man insisting on the matter, Ao Feng suddenly recalled how the young man was able to pass through the phantasmagoric spirits in order to get to it. Perhaps in the hope that a miracle would happen, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the pill, a warm flow spread across his whole body and healed his injuries. Ao Feng narrowed his eyes in shock. The effects of the pill were already comparable to a God Monarch realm pill. To be willing to give away such a valuable pill so casually. Just who in the world was this young man? Lowering his head, he saw the young man waving his hand calmly, saying, "You can get back to work now?" Ao Feng's eyebrows danced up and down. Just like that, the gratitude he felt for the young man vanished like a puff of smoke. "Aren't you treating me like your slave?" Ao Feng looked around him and saw that most of the god kings he had brought in were already injured, and their formation was on the verge of collapsing. Knowing that this was not the time to be fussing over this, he gritted his teeth and continued striking the light barrier furiously. Pacha! Pacha! The light barrier shuddered, and spirit essence began diffusing into the surroundings once more. Zhang Xian absorbed for a while longer before he began frowning in dissatisfaction once more. As his clone had neither comprehended the pathos of heaven nor received the world's conferment, he needed a greater amount of soul energy than Zhang Xian. Initially, he did not really think much of it. However, the more he absorbed the spirit essence, the more frustrated he felt with how slow the rate at which the spirit essence was being produced. The rate of how fast one cultivated did make a huge difference. If one's rate of cultivation was too slow, it would be hard to gather enough momentum to push for a breakthrough. Why do I have to wait for Ao Feng to strike the spirit essence from the light barrier before absorbing it? Why can't I just absorb it straight from the light barrier? Zhang Xian thought. Looking at how exhausted Ao Feng was, to the extent that his tongue was stuck out like a tired dog, Zhang Xian knew that it would be impossible to get him to pick up his speed. So, he turned his gaze toward the cocoon-like light barrier in the sky instead. It would indeed be easier to absorb the diffused spirit essence from the light barrier, but since the output could not keep up with the rate of consumption, it was time to make some modifications to the plan. If only he had known that Ao Feng was such a lousy worker, he never would have given the latter the pill. What a waste of resources. It seemed like conferred god kings were not as formidable as he had thought. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian moved over to the light barrier and attempted to absorb the spirit essence in it. However, the exterior was so hard that he could not absorb it at all. Ah, that explains why that fellow isn't able to break it. This light barrier is indeed scarily resilient. He raised his fist and gave the light barrier a good, hard punch, but the rebound from striking a hard surface caused his arm to go numb instead. The light barrier formed from the purest essence of the plant spirits was more frightening than he had thought. Even though he did not use his soul cultivation in the attack, no matter what, his physical body had still gone through the tempering of the deathless lava reservoir. In terms of sheer strength, the amount of force he could dish out was far greater than that of other conferred god kings. Yet, even with such strength, he still suffered a rebound that caused his hand to ache. It seemed like one would at least require the powers of a god monarch in order to swiftly breach the light barrier. Let me try with a weapon then. Since his fist did not work, Zhang Xian quickly drew the Crimson Heaven sword that the god monarch of the sword hut had given him back then. Who? The wind batters unceasingly on the unwilling tree. A son seeks to be filial, but time slips past his grasp. Zhang Xian executed the pathos of Heaven 4 Dan sword art. Puha! The light barrier in front did not even manage to hold its ground for a split second before a huge hole was ripped in it. Caught off guard, Zhang Xian ended up stumbling inside the light barrier. Zhang Xian blinked blankly. As his fist did not work earlier, he had expected it to take a great deal of effort to break the light barrier even if he used his swordsmanship. To his astonishment, he managed to tear a hole in it so easily. If only he had known that it was that easy, he would not have wasted his time. At the same time, Zhang Xian could not help but wonder just what tier of weapon the Crimson Heaven Sword was. Was it not way too sharp? Placing his sword back into his storage ring, Zhang Xian began absorbing the spirit essence once more, and this time around, he could feel concentrated energy streaming ceaselessly into his body rapidly. Just as I thought. It's much more convenient absorbing the spirit essence from inside. He could hardly absorb anything while he was out there, but in here, the spirit essence flowed so easily into his body that he really wondered what he had been doing the past few minutes. Channeling the spirit essence toward the clone in his storage ring, his clone's soul cultivation quickly rose through the ranks, causing his fighting prowess to rise swiftly. Pung pung pung. While Zhang Xian was absorbing the spirit essence from the inside, Ao Feng was still striking the light barrier with all his might. Dragon blood was dripping from his claws, and his nails had blunted as a result of smashing against something absurdly hard. Just as he was thinking of giving up once more, he suddenly noticed that the young man from before had already slipped in and was standing inside quietly, not moving at all. Once again, Ao Feng felt a sweet sensation at the back of his throat, and he nearly spurted blood. Bruh, when the hell did you get in there? Why didn't you call for me? Did you not see how I was striking the light barrier with all my might? Are you making fun of me? It's as if I was searching the entire house for my keys, but it turned out that they were with you all along. Ao Feng quickly circled around the light barrier and found the tear that the young man entered through. Without any hesitation, he charged right through the tear, and he got stuck. After struggling for a long time, he finally transmogrified back to his human form before entering. Condensed earth essence, it's finally within my grasp. Paying no heed to the young man who was still standing motionless, Ao Feng rushed straight for the condensed earth essence and grabbed it. Tzz. Feeling the incredible energy pulsating within the milky white sphere, Ao Feng trembled in agitation. He was just about to find a container to store it when he suddenly noticed something and frowned. This is weird. Why does it seem like the condensed earth essence has shrunk quite a bit? When I saw it earlier, it was still the size of a grown man's fist. So, why does it look like a mere ping-pong ball now? While Ao Feng was still trying to figure out the mystery of the missing essence, the condensed earth essence in his hand continued to shrink, becoming the size of a grape before further miniaturizing to the size of a bean. Ao Feng grasped at his hair as he felt like something within him was going to explode. If I give this little bean to the Cloud Dragon Monarch, the latter will surely think that I'm mocking him. The heck? Chapter 2247. Venturing along the mountain stream, scratching his head in utter confusion, Ao Feng took a closer look, only to realize that the energy within the condensed earth essence in his hand, after the shattering of the light barrier, was flowing outward ceaselessly. It appeared that the light barrier had been created to prevent the condensed earth essence from diffusing, and its destruction resulted in the inability of the condensed earth essence to maintain its form. Wait, so where did the spiritual energy go? Ao Feng thought anxiously. Tracing the flow of spiritual energy, the result of his investigation made his body stagger from shock to his disbelief. Both the light barrier and the spiritual energy from the condensed earth essence were being absorbed by the young man. That fellow was leaving no scraps at all. But how was the young man doing it? The spiritual energy of the condensed earth essence was so pure that even Ao Feng himself would have difficulty absorbing it. Gritting his teeth, Ao Feng quickly took out a jade container to store the bean-sized condensed earth essence before sealing it off. Then, he furiously turned his gaze to Zhang Xian and confronted him. Friend, I am thankful to you for your pill earlier, but what do you mean by absorbing the spiritual energy in the condensed earth essence? What do you expect me to present to his sovereignty after all you have done? While he was grateful to Zhang Xian for helping him earlier, the main purpose of their mission was to obtain the condensed earth essence. If the young man had sucked it dry, it would have meant that their mission was a failure. Do you know how much I have sacrificed in order to complete this mission? Not only did I promise everyone a pinnacle god essence pill and a favor, I even nearly lost my life in the midst of the mission. Yet, You stole the spoils of war right before my eyes. Isn't that a bit too much? Perplexed by Ao Feng's suddenly outburst, Zhang Xian turned to look at the jade container and realized that there was less than a tenth of the condensed earth essence left. Taken aback, he quickly looked at his own body before freezing on the spot. Ah, my cultivation has reached. Conferred God King? When did it happen? This was shocking. Even though it was only a cultivation stage, he had still managed to raise his cultivation from God King Realm Pinnacle to conferred God King Realm Primary stage. Just, why did he not notice anything? He must have been so focused on absorbing the spirit essence that his body subconsciously started cultivating on its own under the effects of the mind of void. As a result, he ended up absorbing the condensed earth essence involuntarily. If I were to tell you that I'm here only to absorb the spirit essence and not to take your spiritual energy, would you believe me? Zhang Xian at least knew enough to know that Ao Feng would beat him to death if he said those words, so he scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I honestly didn't mean for this to happen, and I'll give you an explanation later. For the time being, let's head out. I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold on for much longer. Ao Feng turned around and saw that the God Kings were indeed at their limits. Just a moment later, and they would have succumbed to the phantasmagoric spirits. Having their condensed earth essence taken away had caused the phantasmagoric spirits to fall into a greater state of rage, resulting in their attacks being far more violent than before. All 11 of the God Kings had already sustained severe injuries, so the wise thing to do right now was indeed to retreat. Humph! Knowing that this was indeed not a good time to question the young man, Ao Feng gritted his teeth and leaped out of the light barrier. His body morphed once more into a massive golden dragon, and he wrapped the crowd around his body before dashing off. He knew that the young man inside the light barrier possessed strength beyond him, so he could not be bothered with escorting him out with them as well. I'll be waiting for you outside, Ao Feng said to Zhang Xian via Zhenqi telepathy. Zhang Xian shook his head before focusing his attention back on absorbing the concentrated spirit essence around him. 5 minutes later, he was finally done absorbing the entire spirit essence, and his clone had also managed to advance its strength to God King Realm Pinnacle. With that, his clone would be able to match any conferred God King with ease. But at the same time, with the erosion of the light barrier, Zhang Xian was immediately swarmed by hordes of phantasmagoric spirits. He swung the Crimson Heaven sword in his hand to open a pathway for himself to retreat, but all of a sudden, he halted his footsteps. Should I head deeper in to see if there's more condensed earth essence around? Since he was already there, if he could find more condensed earth essence, he might just be able to push for a breakthrough to conferred God King Realm Pinnacle while returning what he owed Ao Feng. So, he quickly activated the disguise amulet to alter his aura to appear to be no different from that of the phantasmagoric spirits in the surroundings. Initially, the phantasmagoric spirits were attacking him relentlessly, but slowly, their movements came to a halt as they scanned their surroundings in confusion. Plant spirits possessed only an elementary level of sentience, so they were unable to process complex situations. Zhang Xian's disguise was nearly flawless, so not even they were able to tell the difference between him and their own kind. The disguise amulet is truly formidable, Zhang Xian muttered as he quickly rushed alongside the mountain stream. There had to be something along this mountain stream that the rest of this land did not have for it to be able to produce the condensed earth essence. Trailing ahead, the number of phantasmagoric spirits in the area gradually began to decrease. A moment later, Zhang Xian came to a halt as he scanned the area right in front of him warily with a frown. For some reason, he could sense a very familiar aura coming from there. It was a sensation similar to what he had felt from the gray energy in the abyss beneath the sky of spirit origin, which wielded the ability to neutralize his heaven's path Zhenqi. This is weird. The further Zhang Xian proceeded, the stronger the aura became. Eventually, it reached a point where even conferred God Kings would be unable to withstand it. Zhang Xian had to wrap the pathos of heaven's Zhenqi around his body in order to remain unaffected. He continued flying for around 10 minutes before he finally arrived at the bottommost area of the mountain stream. Glancing downward, he felt his heart skip a beat. The bottommost area of the mountain stream was a massive plot of empty land spanning over an area of tens of thousands of mu. There were no plants or any life at all on this plot of land, only a huge depression in the ground. Zhang Xian was unable to see anything while standing on the ground, so he flew into the air to get a bird's-eye view over the area. He soon realized that the depression in the ground was actually a humongous palm print. Was this left behind by a god monarch? Zhang Xian frowned. Even with his current strength, he would not be able to execute such a powerful palm strike. That could only mean that the palm print was left behind by a god monarch. There was just one problem with that. The god monarchs were unable to enter this area. If so, how did that person leave this palm print? Looking at the humongous palm print beneath him, a thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Could it be that the rift in the sky of the firmament was caused by a battle? The flooding sea carried a great resemblance to the missing piece from the sky of the firmament, and if he thought about it, the abyss beneath Spirit Origin Royal City did resemble a palm print as well. If so, could the rift in the abyss have been caused by a battle between two god monarchs? Perhaps the fight had gotten out of hand, such that it resulted in Little Chick's demise in the end. But if that was the case, as the strongest god monarch of the firmament, Luo Ruoxin should have intervened and halted the battle, especially if it was causing such massive damage to the world. Why did she not do so? Just what happened in the past 4 to 5 decades of the firmament? Why would the heavens be fragmented into multiple pieces, falling all the way to the master-teacher continent to enter his and Kong Shi's bodies? The many questions in Zhang Xian's mind made him become more and more confused. Circling around the palm print, Zhang Xian was not able to find any condensed earth essence in the area, and there was nothing that looked particularly amiss to him. So, he could only heave a deep sigh and head back to where Ao Feng and the others were. While he did not manage to advance his Zhenqi cultivation all the way to conferred God King Realm Pinnacle, at the very least, he did manage to overcome his bottleneck as a God King. At the same time, his soul had also grown significantly stronger. He was no longer far away from becoming a god monarch. All in all, he had earned quite a lot from this journey. The only issue was that he had no idea how he should face Ao Feng. The latter had rallied their group together for the sake of obtaining the condensed earth essence, but he had ended up absorbing more than 90% of it. That made him feel deeply embarrassed. Forget it. If it doesn't work out, I should just take him in as my disciple. Though, I must say, he doesn't look like a brilliant kid. Zhang Xian murmured hesitantly. This was the greatest compromise he could bring himself to make. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.